Well, we think that it's going to impact both inflation and the economic growth scenario. So we were coming into yesterday expecting the real economy to grow at 2%, and inflation to be closer to 2.8%. If you just go through the math, it would suggest there's probably 1 to 2 points upward increase on inflation and a similar amount on economic growth. So it could put us in a position where we're cheating.
So the tariffs will likely depress the GDP growth rate and increase inflation. So what's the advantage of tariffs?
From our standpoint, we have a hard time seeing the benefits of tariffs. They do tend to be inflationary in the short term. As you're pointing out, the longer term impact on economies is probably the greater downside.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Willow Berry. We're going to talk about sports and eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business. We get an update on LA after the fire from Rick Caruso and Irving Azo. You should expect news and interviews with industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown, Los Angeles. Tickets are available now. You should head to BloombergLive.com/StreamTime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles October 8th and 9th.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg. It's finally here. NVIDIA after the bell, 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Wall Street gears up for NVIDIA. The world's most valuable company takes the earnings spotlight after the bell. And President Trump imposes a crushing 50% tariff on Indian goods, while Europe seeks to remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods this week. Plus, another full bag of retail results, back-to-school demand, and celebrity partnerships helping boost the bottom line. But Katie, there is one stock to watch.
Only one stock to watch that, you guessed it. It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA priced to move 6% in either direction after earnings today. That's according to look at the option market. Now, that is the lowest implied move in about 2 years as traders focus on the staying power of the AI boom. And of course, China sales have taken on new levels of complexity, with 15% of revenue for chips sold in China going to the U.S. government. You see shares not moving around too much right now, Matt. We know that the main event is after the close.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to Romy.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are doing a live stream on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. If you'd like to ask a question about the news that we're covering today, or give your comments about the news that we're covering today, please ask for the mic on X Spaces or type it in the chat. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. All these videos that I do are for free to give you my opinion about what's going on in the market, give you my opinion what's going on with breaking news and how it may affect your health and wealth. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please ask your social media to follow me. Share the links. You can follow me by subscribing to the 4 channels on YouTube that I have, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can also follow me on X and on GETTR. So please do that. If you like the content and you want to help support, please go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can purchase the products that I offer and or donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I don't put stuff behind a paywall. The videos that I do are for free. Thank you very much for the ones that are donating to help support the work that I do. I have great products. If you pay attention to how to use them, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process and improve your longevity and improve your health into your geriatric years. So this is something that I've been doing for a very long time. It works. You just have to follow the advice. So we'll do that throughout the broadcast. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Let's go to the news here about the big event today is going to be the earnings announcement by NVIDIA. Because if their earnings are and forward guidance is positive, then the Mag 7 will continue to move upward. It's heavily weighted. A lot of these portfolios are heavily weighted with the Mag 7, and therefore there's going to be a push in the S&P 500, probably above 6,500. But if they are starting to have less earnings compared to estimates, and their forward guidance is not so good for a multitude of reasons, then we're probably going to see a sell-off on the S&P 500. So it's really important to pay attention to this bellwether. Now, I personally do not like investing in individual stocks because of idiosyncratic risk. I like the idea of macro trading, where it's broad index, commodities, currencies, treasuries. I'm more of a macro guy, all right? But NVIDIA is definitely a bellwether in terms of where the tech companies are going to be going in the next quarter. So this is the reason why it's so important to pay attention to NVIDIA. So thank you for joining. Let's listen in.
How do you approach the question of what Chinese sales will look like, Bill? I mean, you take a look at our Bloomberg News reporting, there's a $15 billion range for third quarter revenue projections. You have the likes of Susquehanna saying that they're refusing to put sales of the H20 chips into their models. That seems hard to do, but at the same time, it's just hard to know here.
So if you're in NVIDIA right now and you don't have a lot of visibility with the Chinese customers, and you have limited capacity with TSMC to make those chips, you're probably not going to make H20s or B30s. You're going to make other chips that the sovereigns can buy. And so from that perspective, actually, it could be a positive for the gross margins if you're not selling H20s or B30s. So I think if NVIDIA is planning, for the next 3-4 quarters, given the uncertainty, they'll try to downplay the China exposure and focus more on the sovereigns. And really, I do think that should help the markets.
What about the big four that you and Ed cover on Bloomberg Tech so closely, right? They make up a huge chunk of NVIDIA's revenue, these hyperscalers on the West Coast, and they've all announced their CapEx already. So we essentially know, is that spending baked into today's number? And what's the risk that they're spending too much and they won't be spending more in the future?
It's interesting. We had Beth Kidrig on the show yesterday, IO Fund, and she's actually ahead of many seeing what the overall appetite for data center spend and capital expenditure is going to be. She's saying that we're only going up and to the right. She foresees NVIDIA becoming a $6 trillion company on the back of just the Blackwell architecture. Rubin, she's seeing like a $10 trillion company because of this sheer size of the capital expenditure that is going to keep on coming from hyperscalers, then others around as well. It's going to spread out, as you say, sovereigns become a big area of demand. And so I think it's more about what's forecast and what's baked in there. We kind of had how to tell. And actually, we saw Alphabet and many others raise their capital expenditure forecasts. So people, particularly analysts, at least 9 of them last week, upgraded their forecasts for NVIDIA. People are getting more and more excited about what the numbers are.
But the risk is, I think one risk is indigestion, right? I mean, if they bite off more than they can chew this year, then next year that will slow down a little bit, right? We've seen overinvestment in the past when we were laying fiber for the internet in 1999.
Actually, on that point, so this year, the CapEx from the hyperscalers is growing north of 50%, and NVIDIA's revenue is growing almost 60% data centers.
When laying infrastructure, cable, fiber optic, railroads, they always overbuild. And there's always overinvestment. Now the question is are we at peak? we're not yet peak, but I would suspect that we may hit peak at maybe third quarter of next year. Now, what's interesting is the assumption with AI is you got to build these big data centers and you got to have these very complex chips like Blackwell and Blackwell 2 and whatever, right? And use all this energy. But over evolution, the human body, the human brain, which has about 100 billion neurons, 80 to 100 billion neurons, is much more efficient in terms of its energy use. So there's going to be computer scientists, electrical engineers that use either algorithms, like code, or some sort of new type of chip technology where it uses less power and it mimics some of the lessons learned from evolution of the human brain development. Now, if you go to Roger Penrose, Professor Penrose, and I think it's Hammeroff, and their papers that they published maybe 10, 15 years ago, they're suggesting that it's not just neural connections. So in medicine, we think in terms of the neuron connecting with other neurons to create a network to be able to do certain types of operations, either motor coordination, taste, cognitive function, spatial recognition, whatever, all right? So, but Penrose and Hammeroff were suggesting it's not so much the connections of the neurons, right? So if you have 100 billion neurons and you have multiple ways to connect, you have lots of connections, more than 100 billion ways, right? So how many dendritic connections do we have in the brain that are communicating with different neurons? I have no idea. Absolutely, but it's way more than 100 billion. So, but they were saying that it's really the microtubules. Microtubules are part of the structure of the cytoplasm of the neuron. And that the microtubule can be used as a computer, all right? And it's more at the quantum level than at, let's say, a typical bit by bit type of computer that we use today. So on top of the dendritic connections, each neuron has a multitude of different microtubules, and that there is communication that's going on within the microtubule. Now, is it true or not? I don't know, but in medicine, we don't really focus on computation through microtubules. It's more what communication, neural networks, and communication through dendritic connections. So it's more at the macro level, not in this microscopic microtubule level. But if Penrose and Hammeroff are right, then this may be one of the ways to conserve energy. If coders and or chip designers become more efficient and mimic something similar to what's going on in the computational world of the human brain and its energy usage, then what will happen is you will not need these big servers using all this energy. All right, let's go to another really important thing to pay attention to, not just in the US economy and what's going on with the Federal Reserve, lowering rates and tariffs and all this, but the canary in the coal mine in terms of a country over-indebted, Western post-industrial country, the UK. Great Britain and its islands, right? They're not doing so well economically. There's large debt, and it looks like the government is starting to lose control of the situation. The Bank of England is lowering rates, but the cost of living is going up, unemployment is going up, debt issuance is going up. There's no real way out of it. There's not efficiency. What's changing in the United States relative to what's different between the United States and Great Britain is that we have things like the AI build-out and efficiency gains and the bringing back of manufacturing. Great Britain doesn't have that. So they are a great test case to see when you truly do have this stagflation, and what do you do, and how do you handle it? So let's listen in on to, and then also the immigration issue. They have a huge problem with illegal immigration coming in and changing the fabric of the society. So let's listen into GB News for a little while and get a pulse of what's going on in the UK. I think that the UK is going to set in motion some sort of financial event globally. When? It's not anytime soon, but yeah, we got to pay attention to Great Britain. Something's going to happen in Great Britain that starts the flames of a financial crisis.
Right when you said at the beginning, as you were explaining the context to this, that the UK do not recognize the Taliban as a legitimate government of Afghanistan. And, the reality is de facto it is. And while we do not have formal diplomatic engagement with the Taliban, we do engage with Taliban officials through pragmatic necessity. So it's not that shocking that Nigel or anybody else is going to engage with the Taliban to resettle so-called refugees.
Michael, as a former British Army officer, how does it sit with you and indeed your colleagues or your former colleagues that during the war in Afghanistan between 2001 and 2021, more than 400 British serving personnel or MOD personnel lives were lost during the course of that war fighting the Taliban. And in fact, the British government, Downing Street, Labour, Keir Starmer, has not ruled out a deal with the Taliban. And then Nigel Farage also suggesting he would do so as well. How does that sit with you?
It's very difficult with me. You're right, there were 405 British soldiers killed by that conflict, by enemy action. And then another number who died while they were there of other issues. So for me, it's very difficult. The whole withdrawal of Afghanistan, the way it was orchestrated, really through me and many of my colleagues, because you've got to ask yourself, what was it all for? Now, that whole conflict started on a reasonable premise of clearing out the Al-Qaeda training camps in Afghanistan. And that happened quite quickly. And then we had a whole military machine there. And then mission creep started. So what do we do now? We've done that. What do we do now? Well, let's get rid of all the poppy, the opium trade. That we didn't do too well at that, I have to say. And then it was all about.
If you remember back during this time period, So right after 9/11, we had this ramp up of the war during the Bush administration, Bush Jr.'s administration. And I think it was Tony Blair who was in office as prime minister. And so you had a lot of weapon development in contracts and manufacturing going on at that time in the United States. You also had a the boom of at the very beginning of the war, so right after 9/11 and into 2005, you had a housing boom in the United States. So interest rates were low to fuel this mortgage bubble in the United States. Then it bursts in 2006, 2007. And then you had the Lehman crisis. And this is all with this mission creep that he's talking about. So they needed to continue on the war to continue stimulating the economy, especially with defense contractors. Another contractor that made a lot of money was Schlumberger and Halliburton because of the oil and gas issue stuff, especially during the Gulf War in 92. In 92 or 91, 91. And what happened after Lehman, obviously, was a financial crisis and a quantitative easing through Bernanke. So Greenspan leaves. I think he leaves in 2003, 2004, maybe 2003. And then Bernanke's in. And he's developing this concept of quantitative easing on steroids. And the economy is faltering. We're in I would consider a depression. And the government is buying all these toxic assets from the banks, these non-performing mortgage-backed securities. And this mission creep is continuing on. All right. So the point I'm making is that there is a connection between war and quantitative easing, where the central bank comes in and stimulates the economy and purchases toxic assets because the financial markets, the banks are faltering. They're not as stable as you would want them to be. Now, fast forward to where we're at right now, 2025. If Trump is able to get peace between Russia and Ukraine, then the war machine that UK benefits from doesn't make money. So the worry is that the military-industrial complex will start to falter in terms of cash flows. Now, another thing that is important to understand is when these central banks do their quantitative tightening or quantitative easing. If they do quantitative tightening, that is assets on their balance sheet they're selling into the market. Well, when they sell these assets in the market, it affects interest rates. These countries need to roll their debt at lower interest rates so they pay less interest. But if quantitative tightening brings up the rate, then these countries start borrowing at a higher rate, and therefore it causes a problem. So there is an incentive by the government, the UK, to force an issue in the Balkans to prevent quantitative tightening and to continue on the war machine through the military industrial complex. Mark my words on this. The Balkans is another hotspot that the UK is going to try to drum up. Why? There's a lot of assets on the balance sheet at the Bank of England, just like at the Federal Reserve, and they're trying to sell them off, but they can't because it brings up rates. And the UK is already heavily in debt. They can't service the debt, especially at higher interest rates. So what do? Create a war to prevent the quantitative tightening. And if it's bad enough in the economy, there'll be further quantitative easing. All right, so let's, they're in their weather segment for GB News. We'll wait through that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. These are products that I use every day, all right? Structural nano silver soaps, very high quality. I have a few different varieties here. Charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, lavender, and peppermint. Very high quality soaps. Get a few bars for your household, and it'll help with your skin, your health and wellness. Super important to take. And guess what? You're going to need them in the fall and the winter. Why? Because razor throat is around the corner. Now, I also have structural nano silver toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste, no aluminum, no fluoride, no fluoride. And with this toothpaste, it'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, bring down inflammation, and help with the health of your gum line. All right? Now, this is a very high quality toothpaste. You're not going to get anything better than this. This is the best that you can get. Is it more expensive? Yes, it is more expensive, but there's a reason for it. It's because it's very high quality. So again, no fluoride. Make sure that you use it every day. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum health, and with good oral hygiene, you're actually helping with your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. A lot of people don't realize that there's patients in geriatric care and in nursing homes. Their teeth start to really decline. Their gum health starts to decline. People that are aging, their oral hygiene really declines. That's bad, really bad. And what will happen is that can exacerbate cardiovascular problems and valvular problems, because microplaques can get into the bloodstream and cause an occlusion. Bacteria can get into the bloodstream and cause infestation on the valves and cause them to harden and to weaken. So what would happen is that you may have a stenosis or you may have a prolapse. So these are things that are really important to pay attention to. Something as simple as oral hygiene, all right? So the healthier you are as you get into your geriatric years, just the more vitality you're going to have later in life. If you slow down the aging process and you're healthier, when you're 70, 80, 90 years old, you're going to do far better than ones that didn't take care of their health. Someone that's in their 70s and has been battling diabetes for the last 20 years, they're not going to do so well versus someone that never had diabetes. So this is really important to pay attention to. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste. It has no fluoride in it. Get a few tubes for your household. Now let's talk about the deodorants. These are dual-purpose deodorants for males and females, and it'll help to detoxify your body and use it as a deodorant so you don't smell. You can get it in citrus, and you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It has no baking soda and no aluminum. With these deodorants, by taking it every day, you're detoxifying your body. And when you detoxify your body on a regular basis, and you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods and clean your environment, and what will happen is your immune system and your endocrine system will perform better. So your body will be in homeostasis. And if you are exposed to something, you're going to be able to fight it because your immune system is stronger just by taking a deodorant. Most deodorants have chemicals in it that aren't good for you. These are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. There's nothing better out there. Is it more expensive? Yes. But the thing is that these deodorants actually help to detoxify your body. So it's dual purpose. And by using them every day, you're actually getting healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the citrus or the peppermint, lavender, and tea trees for males and females. Use them, and you'll get healthy. So those are some great products that you can get from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And remember, the toothpaste has no fluoride in it. All right? No aluminum too. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. I want you to get healthy in 2025. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
There saying she's actually frightened going into those winter months, knowing that her bills have gone up and knowing that that winter fuel allowance that was originally there, of course the government made that U-turn, but right now she doesn't know where she stands, and that is the situation for so many pensioners and so many people in the UK. Energy bills have gone up, other bills have gone up, and it's left people not knowing where they stand, and that, for a lot of people, is a very scary thing.
So, Verika, thank you very much. Let's get more reaction from former editors.
So if you take the two great authors, Orwell and Ayn Rand, market just opened, and you fuse them together, you pay attention to the surveillance state, and you pay attention to the debt and socialism and the decline of capitalism and this erosion of the society in morality and the lack of productivity. You're seeing this thing play out right now in the United States and in Britain. People need to pay attention to it, or they're going to lose their country.
The countries, some of which are run by despotic individuals.
But Ed Miliband, these two of his major policies, one was to lower energy households by average £300 a year, and then the other one was the UK's electricity grid to be carbon free by 2030. We're nowhere near any of that.
Well, I think the 2030 target is going to be really, really tough, and I think probably whether you're the red, yellow, or the blue team in politics, you'd recognise that's really tough. In terms of bills coming down, we don't know yet. I think that kind of Ed Miliband, second time around as energy secretary, his core point is correct that energy wholesale gas, which sets the price, went up after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by about 75%. It's not come down, so we need to be less like other countries and generate more of our own energy.
But he knew about Ukraine before he made the pledge.
Say it again, sorry?
Well, he knew about Ukraine before he made the pledge.
Yeah, of course. But if there's a problem with the energy market and we all think prices are too high, then the goal is to get it down. It's not just to kind of resign ourselves to our fate. Everything we've learned today.
So if energy is going up around the world, doesn't it behoove you to think macro and think about, maybe you should be investing in commodities, especially in the energy sector? Again, natural gas and oil are high density sources. High density sources mean more efficient to use. Plus we have the infrastructure. Now, do you think that you're going to save your country by using solar power and wind power? Or do you think that your country is going to be better off economically by using fossil fuels? I'm telling you, these liberals have destroyed modern society. And as they demonize the energy sector and they try to reduce the usage, it's just going to drive up the price. So if it keeps on driving up the price, you benefit from it if you position yourself in the market that way. So this is the whole point of the channel. Listen to what the stupid liberals are doing to the world and how you can make money off of it.
Especially the smallest.
So they're on commercial break. They're on a commercial break. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will detoxify your body. So another great way to couple the detoxification from the deodorant bars is to take the zeolite also. And that way you take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, and you're going to be boosting up your immune system and your endocrine system. Reason why this works is that zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including PFAS. Now, what does that all mean? It means that once it binds, you urinate the toxins out within 6 to 8 hours. Now, if you do this on a regular basis, you're actually going to get healthy. Not only that, you'll start to notice that if you have joint pain, they'll eventually start to go away. Now, you may have joint pain that's slightly more as your body is detoxing. But after a few weeks, boom, the pain goes away. But the point here is lots of people have accumulated garbage and heavy metals and toxins. Now, take 3 small drops, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, and clean your environment in your home. Stay away from these cleaning agents. If you need these chemicals in your home, put them in a double sealed container, because you don't want it to degas and you're ingesting through breathing these particles of chemicals in your air, because it will affect your system, your endocrine system, your immune system. And when you're affecting your endocrine system, you're affecting your hormonal level. So staying away from these chemicals are really important. Now, take zeolite every day. But another great way is to couple it with using the deodorants. You're detoxing your body through the deodorant, and you're taking this once a day. Now, some people prefer a heavier detox with zeolite. To do that, you take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water. You do that every day until the bottle's done. You do that once or twice a year. But I recommend doing 3-drop and doing it daily. That way you're covering the full year. Because you're being exposed to chemicals when you're at work or you're at home or outside. And again, it's about proper diet, proper exercise. It's a holistic approach, but it works. And by cleaning your body through detoxification on a regular basis, you're actually going to get healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Very high quality. All right, let's go back to GB News.
Supported, a woman comes with children will work out the best thing to do. But the big message here is that the vast majority of those that come are young males.
Ofgem has hiked the energy price cap by 2% from October, taking the typical annual bill to £1,755. That's £35 more for the average household. The Energy Minister says families are paying a fossil fuel penalty.
The truth is that the price of gas is still 75% higher than it was before the invasion of Ukraine, and we're still paying the price for that. That's the fossil fuel penalty of us being tied as a country.
Also this hour, the government is pushing for a permanent food and drink deal with the EU within 18 months.
Orders, bills, jobs. That is the kind of strategic partnership we need.
Labour says that deal will cut costs for shoppers and help exporters. Reform UK and the Tories have hit back, warning Britain risks being entangled in EU law. And charities are warning more than 6 million new cases of cancer could be diagnosed in England by 2040. That's 1 person every 2 minutes. Campaigners are calling on the government to act on early diagnosis to tackle the crisis. That's it from me for this hour. Tatiana Sanchez will have a full roundup at 3.
I said a long time ago, during the crisis of 2020, the aftershock of it will lead to higher incidences of cancer, immune disorders, what I call AIDS-like syndrome, autoimmune diseases, and early onset of dementia. Now, if you pay attention to me, I'm telling you how to mitigate the problem. I've been doing this for 5 years. It works. But if you don't want to pay attention, don't be surprised something bad happens. All right, let's go to, I want to listen to Sky News a little bit here.
Your emails and any document.
Proactively go and ask for a blood test, that they should automatically be screened?
Yeah, I mean, I think two things. I think there should be, and I'm aware of the resourcing issue here when it comes to prostate cancer. It's called a PSA test. It can be inaccurate. It can lead to overtreatment. That's the assessment that's been made at the moment, that most men who age have an enlarged prostate of some kind. In many cases, it is not going to be a threat to their life. Something else, in the end, may probably get them. So I understand that, but the fact is that the tests are getting more accurate. I'm not a professional.
It's not about immunotherapy. It's not about chemotherapy, radiation therapy. What it's about is early detection and removal. That's where most of the cures for that particular patient happen. It's when you get to these higher stages where it's a lot harder to get it out of the body, and at best, you may extend your life by 24 months with a lot of pain, and you look terrible. I saw the author present this book that I'm going to show you. You should get it. I happen to get it for free. But the thing is that it's very important, and I should do a show just on this book. It's called Early Detection. All right? Catching cancer when it's curable. You don't let it fester. My aunt, who died in her 80s, but she could have lived longer, but she died because she felt embarrassed in doing colonoscopies. She had metastasized colon cancer. She died with a lot of pain. And it was completely preventable. 100% preventable. Now, she was kind of this early adopter of organic foods in the 70s. She had a farm. She had a 5-acre farm. She was totally healthy person. But she didn't do the cancer screenings. And voila, she gets colon cancer. So the answer to the problem isn't spending $2 billion at Harvard for cancer research. I'm speaking in hyperbole here. But the thing is that it's not chemotherapy. It's early detection. It's scanning and blood testing and early detection to be able to remove the tissue, and you're okay. But the moment that it starts to get into other tissue and the cells become undifferentiated, ooh, you got a big problem now, especially when it gets into your lymph nodes. And then you have to lean on some of these crazy therapies like chemo. Now people go, well, just use a parasite treatment. Early detection is the answer. Because if you detect it early, It's smaller, it's localized, and you can get it out in most cases. Not all cases, but in most cases. So go to the store on Amazon, get this book. All right, it's called Early Detection by Bruce Ratner. All right. Now, I met the author. All right, so that's how I got the book for free. But the thing is that this is the way to do it. This right here. You create an environment that you're living, and you apply a holistic approach where you're reducing your chances of cancer by proper diet and exercise and supplementation and the way of life and detoxifying your body, right? But then you also have to do the maintenance and the screening. And because of the crisis that we went through, more people are going to have to lean on early detection, or you're going to have a problem. Because the cancers that are starting to pop up are more aggressive. So the earlier you catch it, the better. What do I mean by this? Going from stage 1 to stage 2 is faster now. Going from stage 2 to stage 3 is faster now. You either pay attention, or you're going to have to deal with the consequences. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
A lot of concerns around whether China is going to be included in the guide, whether NVIDIA is going to beat expectations. So of course there's one aspect related to that. I think it's very hard to predict what's going to happen on that front. I think it goes even beyond whether China is going to get reassured on whether the chip have backdoors. There's been like some reports that some China senior leaders found some comments insulting. So I think it's more a negotiation between the US and China that's going to shape up what's going to happen next. And the bottom line is that China is probably going to continue to represent a source of volatility for GPU vendors. Now, I think 2025 is fairly well rounded up. So I don't, expect a major beat for NVIDIA. I think, CapEx expectations now, make room for NVIDIA. Like very earlier, one of your colleagues talked about hyperscalers, who account for 40% of NVIDIA's revenue. They make room for NVIDIA now to meet these expectations. It's more 2026, the debate. So what I would really love to hear, from Jensen on the call is, some visibility that we get into next year, possibly even 27.
Well, it's interesting when you think about the call and sort of the messaging that might come from the C-suite. We were talking with Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. His expectations is that maybe they're going to de-emphasize China a little bit, focus more on the domestic market, given all of the uncertainties when it comes to the Chinese market and how, of course, trade policy and the relationship between those two nations will shake out. Is that your expectation as well?
Yes, Casey, I would say that's our expectation as well. I think there are much more important things to monitor than what's going to happen in China. I think where we can really build up a conviction. First one is how demand is shaping up. And in our view, it's still very, very strong. You still have the scaling laws. You have Elon Musk tweeting that he expects to have like an installed base of 50 million H100 GPUs by the end of the decade. That's the kind of data points that matter to us. That's the where.
I think you said a great player. I think that she's a terrific person, so I wish them a lot of luck.
This is about Taylor Swift getting engaged to the chief football player, or whatever. Kelsey, whatever the hell his name is. Travis, I guess. Now, will it last? I don't know. I have no idea. But there's a bigger issue here, and it's happening with many different developed nations. I think the canary in the coal mine was actually Japan. Because of the cost of living for people that are coming out of college or even high school and not feeling secure financially because of the job market for them, they are not forming families. On top of the woke problem. But let's just say the woke problem wasn't there, where they weren't demonizing family creation. Financial instability is a big problem. So people aren't getting married. They're not having kids. And so what happens is the population is starting to go down. And so over time, you actually have a declining economy. You're seeing this in China, but that's a developing nation. But you have this problem for decades now in Japan. You're seeing it in the United States. You're seeing it in Great Britain. You're seeing it in the European countries. It's a big problem. So the problem with seeing Taylor Swift with this extravagant engagement where it's blasting the media and it's all kind of choreographed and, you know, the setting is perfect, I think is rubbing the, it's too flamboyant. It's too over the top because many people will never in these developed nations be able to form families because of the economic instability. So you have these two people. One's a football player making millions of dollars. Another is a famous singer that's making hundreds of millions of dollars. The rumor is that she's a billionaire now. So what is that saying? It's saying that you have to have uber wealth to even have a family and to have these arrangements, you know, engagements that are picture perfect. So it's another example of the have and the have-nots. And people living vicariously through Taylor Swift instead of their own life. Big problem, big problem. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Antoine Scheibon of New Street Research. Of course, NVIDIA, like you have been mentioning, Matt, it only has one sell rating of the 80 or so analysts that Bloomberg tracks that covers it. So really, this is a stock that Wall Street loves.
Yeah, absolutely. 71 buy ratings, only 8 holds, and as you say, 1 sell. But the growth this year has been so much slower than the.
All right. I think that when NVIDIA brings out their earnings, and if it's positive, we might see actually a move in energy markets, especially natural gas, because you need to have a lot of energy to run these servers, right? What do we have? We have coal plants, and we have natural gas plants that heat and boil water, right? And obviously nuclear, but so there's an energy play with NVIDIA. All right, now let's go over the markets here. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,463. VIX is trading at 15. Euro is at 1.15. Oil is trading at $63 a barrel, $63.59 a barrel. BITO is trading at 20.21. Bitcoin is trading at 111, almost 112,000 a coin. Natural gas is trading at 2.891. Intraday trading has peaked at 2.9. And oil is trading at 28.07. Now, just to remind the audience, I have a target of 6,800 for S&P 500 or 7,000 by year end. It's been having a hard time getting past the 6,500 barrier. So that's a resistance level, but it's creeping up to it, all right? And you have a support level at 6,250. So pay attention to that. Let's listen into CNBC.
Like access to compounded GLP-1 injections or injections.
Let's get the latest on President Trump's efforts to remove Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman talked about it all day with us. Going to probably talk about it all day today, maybe the rest of the week as well.
We have some news, Leslie. Sources telling CNBC that Fed Governor Lisa Cook could file her lawsuit to overturn her firing by the president as soon as today in D.C. federal court. But the president saying yesterday he's already counting on having a majority on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. The outcome of Cook's challenge could matter a lot for Fed independence, determining how much leverage the president has over new and even existing board members. The loss of Fed independence could mean any president could order Fed officials to lower interest rates for short-term political gain, risking higher inflation over the medium to longer term. The president could demand that the Fed buy assets, including bonds, crypto, or even stocks, using its rather considerable balance sheet. And it also raises concern about the dollar reserve status.
What did I say? Where did I say? Right when the Federal Reserve wants to do quantitative tightening, where they're selling assets into the market, it brings up the interest rates. So the government says, no, you can't do that. We got to have a war. No, you can't do it. And now there's a push for crypto to be put onto the balance sheet. That's stimulative. You buy crypto on the balance sheet, you got to print money to put it in the market. So it's inflationary. Dumbasses. Or other assets. I'm not wrong about this quantitative tightening problem. And the thing is you're setting it up. See, the poor and the rich are not going to be able to benefit from this because the cost of goods and services are going to go up. The ones that are wealthy, they have assets, especially in the market. So as the inflation goes up, let's say 5, 6, 7%, the market is trading at 12, 15, 20 times earnings from book, from earnings that's released for each quarter. So inflation is moving up at 7%, but you have trading at 15 or 20 times earnings. Who do you think is going to be benefiting from the inflationary push? The rich that have equities, or the poor that have to buy food? This right here, what's being set up, if people pay attention, will make you a millionaire if you just pay attention.
The U.S. bond market. Meanwhile, Bloomberg reporting that the White House is considering using that majority on the board to exert more influence over the 12 Federal Reserve bank districts, 5 of whom have a vote on a rotating annual basis. CNBC from Jackson Hole reported on this concern among Fed presidents. Multiple economists and current and former Fed officials, they've argued that it is in the president's interest to support the Fed's independence. Some have suggested the Fed's tough stance on potential tariff inflation has actually helped the president and kept the lid on price increases from spreading from tariffs to other parts of the economy, which is to say the president can find out the value of Fed independence the easy way or the hard way. We have an exclusive interview with New York Fed President John Williams coming up right here at 8:30.
Steve, going back to those bullet points you put up, what losing independence could lead to. I mean, just replacing Lisa Cook, even replacing Chair Powell in 9 months' time as well, that doesn't
lead to that scale of loss of independence.
It does not, and that's a great point, which is why I said the outcome of the legal challenge. What is cause? What kind of ability does the president have?
But even if Lisa Cook walked out of the door yesterday, and even if Chair Powell decided, I'm done with this, I'm walking out the door,
right?
You're still a long way from that, because you've got a lot of steps to get through before you can directly influence them to make decisions.
Well, there's two pieces to this, I think. One is the people that you put in charge. Right? Who do you put there? How do they prioritize their loyalty to the president versus their loyalty to the congressional mandate of low inflation and low unemployment?
Okay, let's play this out. Let's say this goes to the Supreme Court.
Let's say it's going, right? I mean, that's where it has to go.
So, given what you know about this Supreme Court and what I know you've been talking to all sorts of legal scholars and experts around the world on this, do we think that the Supreme Court would challenge this idea or would abide by it?
What I think we've seen a couple things. First of all, the timing of these things. This lawsuit, if it's filed today, a judge could decide this very quickly, promptly. And then the question is, does he or her stay that ruling in awaiting appeal, right? So let's say he rules in Cook's favor, he could stay it. And then there's a similar situation with another person who won the injunction, but now it's on appeal. The Supreme Court, not a lawyer, not even a legal analyst.
But even if they do a stage, the most that she's going to be able to be on the board for is 1 year. Trump is still going to be the president, and he's just going to nominate a new person. And these board members are on there for, I believe, 12 years. Could be wrong on that, but I think it's a 12-year term. So maybe it's a 6-year term, but it's definitely going to happen. These people that he puts on the board are going to go way beyond when he ends his presidency. So it doesn't matter. He's going to win either way. Trump is in a win-win situation with this.
Of deference on what is executive power. There's a really interesting piece that I read that says, not because Lisa Cook exercises monetary policy authority, but because as a federal bank regulator, she exercises executive authority, it would give the president more leeway. Which is why this paper I read argues that the Congress should go back and rewrite these statutes to make very clear.
When's the last time you think Congress will rewrite any statute?
I'm not saying this is a paper that
if anything, they would write the statute in the opposite way.
So this is an administration that has said, if in any particular place an official exercises executive authority, the president has the ability to fire this person at will. Not even with the cost stipulation.
Because of her role as a banking regulator. Which, by the way, Fed independence in banking regulation is not something that people talk about. I mean, most would say
Says somebody who knows a lot about banking regulation.
Independence or don't need independence when it comes to banking regulation. They're able to.
Let me get this straight. What if, let's just do what if scenarios. What if Lisa Cook took a machete down the street of Chicago and started just chopping off a bunch of people's heads off? She could still be on the board and affect monetary policy until it goes through appeals? Is that what they're saying?
Deliver on whatever promise of deregulation in the current environment that the president would like.
This is a place where the Fed does sort of hew to the political changes that are going on. You have a Biden administration, the Fed was maybe a little bit tougher on the banks, the Trump administration, and it's a reason why, Leslie, some have said, and why in England, by the way, they separated the banking regulatory and the monetary policy authority. I just have one fact for Will. Well, check it out. In 331 years of the existence of the Bank of England, no king, queen, or prime minister has ever fired the governor of the Bank of England. We've had a couple resign because of issues and things like that.
It's only been independent since 1997.
Right, that's true. But in the 300, they have not fired it. And
Can I ask one final question?
I want to explore that in more detail.
Are you surprised at all that we have not heard from Lisa Cook as it relates to the actual underlying charges or allegations that have been alleged?
Because she did.
I am
She did it.
somewhat
She's hiding.
surprised by that, but again, from a legal standpoint, what I'm told is that you do not respond to facts that have not been charged, right? You wait until there is no lawsuit, right? There is just an investigation, a referral from FHFA to the Justice Department, right? Justice said we are investigating, right? So in general, a defendant or a potential defendant is quiet until. Now you're right. There's a whole PR thing going on and a whole issue.
Well, not just the PR thing. She's gotten fired over the allegations unto themselves.
Right.
If there was a simple, reasonable explanation,
There isn't a simple, reasonable explanation.
Hey, look, my mortgage broker signed this document. I didn't see it, or I bought the home and it was for a handicapped relative, or it comes under these exemptions, or whatever if there was an explanation, I would think, given also the role that she sits in, this goes back to the responsibility she has as a Fed governor, which is not just being some kind of any old person on the street. It's a different job. There's a moral obligation even beyond a legal obligation.
I agree, and I think it's going to be interesting today if part of the lawsuit, or if it comes out today, argues the factual basis of the allegations, or it simply says this is a targeted takeover of the Federal Reserve, and it talks about selective prosecution, these sorts of things. Very few of these cases are ever brought. We've asked the FHFA, how many of these referrals have they actually made public? And they have not responded.
Interesting.
You know your business better than anyone, right?
Let's go back to GB News here.
Ministers admit it'll worry families, blaming wholesale gas prices, which are still far higher than before Russia's war in Ukraine. Labour says its plan will protect
They just keep on playing the same thing. I don't know why. Looks like there's a mass shooting in Minneapolis, maybe? Let's listen in here. This is breaking news.
Presence as well as an ambulance. We see state Hennepin County Sheriff's officials out there.
Are we able to pop that up, Brian? Or okay. Yeah, we'll get the shot up for you here in 1 minute. But again, we are just arriving on the scene, as well as law enforcement as well. We're probably minutes behind them at this point. So
again, the call came in, the initial information that we had come in, it was in South Minneapolis. This would be south of the lakes. So almost reaching that South Minneapolis border. Here are the first images that we're getting out of this area. And again, this call came into an address that is a church that also houses a school. And the information that first came in was about some potential shots fired, a shooting of some kind. And again, when we look on this churches and schools website, we can tell that they are scheduled to have students in class at the schoolhouse within this church. What you're seeing right now, apologies for the shaky camera here, our crews are just getting on the scene, but we can see those look like some sheriff's deputies. Now we see an ambulance here leaving that scene with the lights on. That's Hennepin Healthcare HCMC ambulance. But you see several sheriff's deputies, several police vehicles out on the scene right now, and a portion of that road taped off with crime tape this morning.
yeah, so the information that we have just from unconfirmed information, but the information that we have from sources is that there may be an active shooter situation here. So law enforcement on the scene, and we just sort of as an aside, as we're waiting to get more information here, there have been several sort of there's been false activity at some universities in the last week or so here as schools been going, and active shooter situations that were not false calls into law enforcement. This has been something that we actually scheduled today to talk with St. Paul Police Chief Axel Henry today, just as a check-in. We were going to ask him about that as school gets going here, because this has been something, and again, we don't know that that's what this is, but just as we're looking at a situation that potentially could be
an active shooter, according to our unconfirmed information here. But there you see, it looks like a Minneapolis police officer in some sort of tactical gear there. Saw some state troopers on the scene as well. And then you also see a Hennepin County, that white vehicle's a medical vehicle there. So a large response here from multiple agencies out there right now. You can see some of those vehicles parked kind of on the perimeter of this scene. It's clear that they're keeping our photographer, our crews, away from maybe the most active part of the situation. We're just kind of seeing the outskirts of these law enforcement officials gathering and responding to, again, whatever is happening at this address. Again, came in as a church, South Minneapolis. It would be southwest Minneapolis, south of the chain of lakes there. And yeah, and then I think we're able to say now 500 block of 54th Street in Minneapolis specifically. And we just want to pass that along because we've had folks, inquiring into our newsroom of what's going on. They're seeing large police presence, not only there, but a lot of law enforcement and first responders headed to that scene in a hurry. So people are wondering what's going on in that area. So we give you that information. Our crew there at the 500 block of 54th Street in Minneapolis, so that you know to avoid that area this morning. And now that you kind of can see what's going on here via your television or streaming, kind of stay out of that area. Let folks do what they need to do there. Because this is, could potentially be a very serious situation. Yeah, we have heard from some folks down in that neighborhood who say they heard something. We don't know if that's some sort of incident, or maybe they've heard all of the sirens of that response, but definitely people in that neighborhood, in, of course, that direct area seeing all of this, but maybe even people a little bit further out did take notice that something was going on in this neighborhood. And then, as we said, in maybe the last 15 or 20 minutes or less, as when we got our alert into the newsroom, it comes in as just a preliminary, hey, here's what's going on over the police scanners, the police activity. So we immediately sent our crews to go and check it out. But you see a lot of the state patrol there. We've seen some officers with weapons on them as they're responding to whatever's going on. As I mentioned earlier, it's clear that we are being kept away, at least from most of the action, and just kind of seeing some of the law enforcement perimeter. And I want to point out, you can see, I would assume that they are neighbors, people who live in the neighborhood who are coming to check things out.
I'll continue watching this. If this might be just a false alarm, who knows? But if something breaks, I'll start playing it. But let's go to the FEMA workers being laid off here.
Breaking this morning, FEMA workers, have they been penalized for sounding the alarm and criticizing the Trump administration? Multiple employees put on leave after they signed a letter that warning Congress that FEMA may fail Americans when responding to a disaster because all of the changes that President Trump has made to the agency. It's late August. This is right in the middle of hurricane season. This is right when FEMA typically, historically, has been its most essential, and it comes as the country marks 20 years since Hurricane Katrina. This letter that the FEMA staffers wrote was actually titled the Katrina Declaration. More than 180 current and former staffers signed it. In it, they said FEMA should be shielded from political interference, and that letter accuses the White House of undermining its capabilities. Let's get ready to see this. Gabe Cohen, you reported on this letter. The letter went out. Today, dozens get put on leave.
Yeah, John, that's right. I mean, it was just 24 hours ago that I was on this program reporting on that open letter that was sent to Congress, really warning that the Trump overhaul of FEMA had undone, was reversing about 2 decades of what the authors said was a lot of progress since the federal failures in the response to Hurricane Katrina. Now, 24 hours later, we're talking about at least a few of these workers, some of the ones who actually publicly signed their names on the document because many decided to remain anonymous. They have now been put on leave. That means they're not going to be able to do business for DHS or FEMA. They are still going to be paid, but they're really not going to be functionally operating at the agency. I spoke to one of those workers who received a notice Tuesday evening, as several did. She said at least 6 that she's aware of, although it sounds like the number could be quite a bit higher than that. She told me, quote, "I am disappointed,
but I am not surprised. The decision doesn't just affect me, it increases the burden on my colleagues who are already overworked and stretched thin. I'm also proud of those who stood up, regardless of what it might mean for our jobs. The public deserves to know what is happening because lives and communities will suffer if this continues. Obviously, there has been a lot of concern internally at FEMA because of the overhaul of the agency at the hands of the Trump administration. They have instituted strict spending oversight over the agency. They have also installed inexperienced leaders that came from the Department of Homeland Security. And that, these authors say, is really undoing those reforms that were put in place after Katrina to make sure that type of failure did not happen again. FEMA, for its part, very much disagrees with the messaging here. They explained why those workers were put on leave, though, saying it is not surprising that some of the same bureaucrats who presided over decades of inefficiency are now objecting to reform. Our obligation is to survivors, not to protecting broken systems. But John, the irony here is a big part of this letter from these FEMA workers was essentially saying that the agency and its staff needs to be protected from political decisions, from political fire. And now just 24 hours later, we see the administration coming in and ousting the very workers who signed their name to that document.
Gabe, based on your reporting, we heard the statement from them. To what extent do you think they anticipated this kind of response?
I think the reality is they did expect it, especially considering that earlier this summer, the Trump administration very similarly put about 140 workers from the EPA on paid administrative leave after they too signed a letter really dissenting to some of the administration's actions, their treatment of federal workers and the regulations that they were putting in place.
From my personal experience going through Hurricane Sandy, all right, in New York, FEMA didn't do damn thing. It was a total waste. Now, for people that are in upstate New York, maybe some benefit, some help. If they had a caseworker and they were able to process, a claim. But the problem is that there's a lot of corruption. And then they had Cuomo, because he was the mayor at the time, not the mayor, the governor, the governor of New York State. Cuomo did a clawback on certain nonprofits. So what happened was nonprofits would process these claims and then get reimbursed by FEMA based on a certain decided documentation. Well, Cuomo decided to circumvent that and did clawbacks. So nonprofits paid the client who had destruction, economic destruction or property destruction because of Hurricane Sandy. Those clients were paid by the nonprofits. But Cuomo did a clawback for the reimbursement. So who paid it? Who paid it out? Wasn't FEMA for certain clients. It was actually the nonprofits out of their own philanthropic initiatives. FEMA's a scam. It's a scam.
Nothing to do with the ongoing trade negotiations.
All right. That's my take. That's my take on FEMA. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and start with the foundation and then build off of it. The foundational pieces to the anti-aging protocol, the complete multivitamin. The complete multivitamin has the vitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. So your cells will perform better. And when your cells perform better, because the enzymes are at their optimal level, your body is going to process, your body's metabolism will be better. Your tissues will perform better. All right? That's really important as a foundational piece. So please go to my store and get the complete multivitamin. Now, this has, vitamin D and A and, vitamin B and folate, manganese, really important stuff here. All right? So make sure you get the complete multivitamin. And also the probiotic. Probiotics are super important. I have a powdered version and a veggie cap version. Take the probiotic and improve your gut biome. By improving your gut biome, you're improving your immune system at the gut level. You're increasing the mucosal layer. You're increasing the concentrations of IgA. You're going to be able to have better metabolism and absorb your nutrients. Better communication between your gut and your liver. Better communication between your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be less irritable, and you'll be detoxifying your central nervous system because you're getting into proper sleep patterns. Your skin will improve. You get lots of benefits from having a good gut biome. It starts at the gut. If you have a poor gut biome, don't be surprised that your body's is not working properly. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the probiotic, and get the multivitamin. That's the foundation you build off of it. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
This is what my prompts used to look like, and this is what they look like now. This is all thanks to this prompt enhance button in Augment Code.
With new tariffs that are in place in India, those 25% tariffs have now doubled. That's punitive measures put in place by the US president that India's ongoing purchase of cheap Russian oil. The 50% tariff is the highest on all US trading partners in Asia. New Delhi says the move is unjustified and unfair, for pointing to China, another major buyer of Russian oil, but with a tariff of 30%, facing no punitive.
Nah. For the ones that have been watching, I've been talking about how quantitative tightening is going to be problematic for England and for the United States, right? By quantitative tightening, the central banks are issuing. This is totally related to what's going on with India, trust me. That's issuing the balance sheet assets back into the market. These central banks, that's quantitative tightening. When they buy it from the market, that's quantitative easing. So by quantitative tightening, they're pulling money out of the market, all right? Assuming that everything else is the same. Just the quantitative tightening operations is deflationary, okay? Because it's taking money out of the monetary supply. And what will happen is interest, actually what happens is because of the supply and demand, because of this titration of the quantitative tightening, interest rates actually can go up, all right? Because of the supply of the asset that's being sold into the market, there's more of it. So because there's more of it and there's a fixed amount of buyers, then the actual yield is going to go up. The price will go down, right? That's how it works. But Trump, have you noticed that every time the market seems to want to go up a little bit, and the Federal Reserve is like thinking, well, wait a minute, the data is showing that maybe there's inflation, and we might need to raise rates, right? But raising rates is also a tightening, right? They use the term hawkish, all right? So raising rates affects the bond market, right? And the revolving of the debt by the government. So raising rates is actually a way to slow down the economy, all right? So there's two ways to do this: raising the rate and market operations of assets from the quantitative easing. Either buy more or sell. So quantitative tightening is reversing what Bernanke did after Lehman, all right, during the Lehman crisis. When the central banks, every time they want to do this quantitative tightening, there's either a war, or there's a pandemic, or there is this person in the White House And I support Trump. I voted for him 3 times. All right. But he is creating a perturbation in the market that tries to sell off equities, if you notice. So when market wants to go up and the Federal Reserve is saying we want to consider quantitative tightening, okay, because the Federal Reserve wanted to do this. The Federal Reserve wanted to bring down rates at a 1/4 point and continue their operations in quantitative tightening. Trump's saying, I want the rates lower. Well, how do you get the rates lower if you're going to do quantitative tightening? You can't. You can't. So what do? You go to India and you say, because you're dealing with Russia, with oil, we're going to give you a higher tariff. And then you have all these economists that are going to say that's inflationary, that's going to cause problems, and the market will try to sell off. And it creates all this havoc in the economy, right? And then then rates start to go up because the inflation expectations are going up. And so it prevents the Federal Reserve from doing quantitative tightening. I'm telling you, this whole fucking war, after seeing it from this lens, this whole fucking war with Ukraine and Russia and this whole tariff thing, a big part of it is preventing the central banks from doing quantitative tightening.
Action from Washington. One U.S. official says trade negotiations with China are ongoing, with an informal meeting set for later this week. And this coming Friday, a tariff exemption on goods sent to the U.S. valued at less than $800 will expire. That means they will lose their duty-free status. And ahead of that deadline, postal services around the world have suspended delivery of those so-called small parcels, with Japan, Australia, and Taiwan just the latest to do so. For the US, though, there has been one unmistakable benefit from Donald Trump's tariffs. In just one day, last Friday, bringing in $22 billion in revenue for the US Treasury, with economists forecasting the total for the entire month of August could reach $32 billion. So right at Seoul now, CNN's Mike Valerio standing by for the very latest on those tariffs on.
It's really important. What's happening in the economic news? We're worried about inflation and we're worried about job market. Trump is trying to push the Federal Reserve to lower rates. Basson is saying that we need to lower the rate by 175 basis points. Not all at once, but have that titrated in the market throughout next year. So that means 1 or 2 cuts this year and a multiple number of cuts next year, maybe 5, depending on how you want to do it. All right? So, okay. So quantitative tightening, if they do a 1/4 point lower of the rate, right? But they also want to offset because they're concerned about the inflationary aspect to this. They want to lower the rate because of the job market seems to be faltering a little bit. But they're also concerned about inflation. And they know that by lowering the rate with the tariffs, that it's increasing the probability of upping the inflation, even though they're going to try to blame it on tariffs. But lowering rates are inflationary. So and they're trying to offset that with quantitative tightening. Now, in some assets, mortgage-backed securities and treasuries, those yields are going to go up. But they don't want to do that. The government doesn't want to do that because they have to revolve the debt. All right? So they're in this debt spiral. Create havoc in the market and in international affairs that causes instability where the job market is unstable and forces the issue where quantitative tightening can't take place. And therefore, the rates will be lower when you revolve the debt. So by bringing the tariffs up with India and causing this disruption with the war in Ukraine, it causes uncertainty in the market businesses feel uncertain of what they should do, and it suppresses economic activity in the job market, and it forces the issue where the Federal Reserve and the central banks have to lower rate and not do the quantitative tightening.
Yeah, the Indians government said they will retaliate to these new measures put in place by Donald Trump. But what are their options at this point? What can they do?
So there are options. They could potentially cut taxes, but their economic calculation is going to hold tight for now because the thinking is that Russian oil is so cheap they can perhaps eat these tariffs. But how long will that stay in play when perhaps orders are canceled in California, the ports of Los Angeles, New York, New Jersey, and then that forces
The breaking news is that the mayor of Minneapolis is saying active shooter situation. Let's go in and listen in here.
This, and they know exactly what to do in situations like this when they are responding to this scene. And we do have a statement from him as well. And Ryan, our producer, believes that we could put that up on the screen as well, what the mayor is saying about the situation so far. He says, I'm monitoring reports of horrific violence in South Minneapolis. I'm in touch with Chief O'Hara, the Minneapolis police chief, and our emergency response team has been activated. We will share more information as soon as we can. Please give our officers the space they need to respond to this situation. Okay. Sort of a live picture that we're listening in. There's the fire chief right there. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to pass along. Right. I just wanted to pass along. So wait. Okay, Ryan. I just want to make sure that I have the information that I can share. Okay. I'm gonna hang on with some information that we were just given here. Hold on a second. Okay. We're now looking at some more reaction from some city council folks. Let's see. We can also say that I know that we saw an FBI agent towards the scene. It looks like we have some emotional folks out there, as you can understand. I know we saw some FBI agents. Amy and I did just a tactical vest out there at the
I think
scene.
someone's dead.
But now we do have some confirmation that the FBI in Minneapolis does have agents en route to that scene, and they're going to be providing more information as that becomes available. But again, we've seen State Patrol, we understand VCA is there, Minneapolis Police, we've seen Hennepin County deputies, ATF is also out there as well, and now confirmation that the FBI has some agents en route. So, and sorry, we have to communicate in real time with the folks who are giving us the information, but Brian, I just want to be clear on what I am able to say at this point. The information you just given me a couple of minutes ago, we're working to just confirm some more information here that we will be able to pass along to you shortly. But again, continuing to follow what started as reports of an active shooter situation at Annunciation Catholic School, K-12 school. We know the school started there on Monday. And if you go to the website, it looks like it's connected to a church or next door to a church. And they do have mass at 8:15 in the morning on Wednesdays. So this is just piecing together some information that we have from the website and things like that. And we, just as real time there, I'm just looking at some more information that's coming in. I'm just looking at Lisa Damas from the Minnesota Senate. She says, please join me in praying for the children, families, and staff at Annunciation Catholic School and for all of the law enforcement and medical personnel responding to this morning's horrific event. So people starting to react now on social media, and you're going to see a lot of that here throughout the morning. Brian, back there in the booth, our producer, it looks like we have another angle, another photographer on scene that's giving us another angle. Are we able to take that shot that we have in the preview here? No, not yet. Okay. We do have another angle of things that we're going to bring you here in just a little bit. That does show that some park police are there as well. And again, it appears, I don't want to make any assumptions, but it does appear the way that they're having law enforcement come and go, the way that they let the mayor pass the crime tape, that this could be the point of the investigation, that they are letting some of those non-emergency first responders come in. Here's that angle that I was talking about. It looks like our photographers on Harriet Avenue facing straight at the door of the church. This is, again, Annunciation Church with a K-8 Catholic school attached to it. And this looks like a main entry point that law enforcement are focusing on at this time. You see several Minneapolis police officers there in the blue with the vest. That's the Minneapolis police. And then you can see just in the doorway, it looks like some EMS crews, and there's some medical crews in there as well. Again, this is a different angle. We were about half a block away at our other angle. And this one, this looks like we're facing directly at the church, which sits on East Diamond Lake Road, which turns into West 54th Street, right here, right in front of the church. And right in front of the church, we have a crossroad of Harriet Avenue, where it looks like one of our crews was stationed. Now, this angle is from just east of the church at the intersection of Grand Avenue and West Diamond Lake Road. And again, just a reminder for folks that they are limiting traffic off of 35W and East Diamond Lake Road. That's an exit off of 35W, not letting folks get west towards the church.
And I need to share this information. This was just confirmed by Fox9 sources that the suspect is dead. This is confirmed by Fox9 sources. So, and folks back in the newsroom and control room, just please, you're doing a great job. Continue to let us know what is confirmed and what we can report out here, because there's a lot of information that's coming in on our internal channels. So I appreciate you guys being specific. Thank you. So reports now confirmed by Fox9 sources that the suspect is dead.
I'm looking at some of our images here that are coming in as well, just that our cameras have captured, where it looks like a young boy with an EMS worker with an emergency response crew, some sort of bandage on their hand. We want to get out to our Corn Hoggard, who was quick to get out on the scene this morning and has some insight for us from there at the scene. Again, this is in South Minneapolis, just west of 35W. Let's head out to Corn Hoggard with the very latest. Hey, Corn.
Hey, yeah, so this is actually my brother's neighborhood in South Minneapolis. So I parked at his house and talked to a bunch of his neighbors. And, I think Say's already been reporting that, the volume of gunfire was just tremendous. My brother's next door neighbor told me that, she heard so much gunfire, she thought she wouldn't even call it in because it must be somebody roofing their house. And so we're actually at the south entrance to Annunciation Church here, and this is where they're actually letting family in. Their signs here, even makeshift signs that tell family to go back in. We have seen, dozens of people walk behind that police tape, and they are gathering in a parking lot back there where they are getting information. So, we haven't heard from these families, but obviously, these are very anxious moments for family members. There's one running in right now, and you can understand, given the situation and given the concerns that they have, just the anxiety that they have going in there. So what I understand, though, is, this church is connected to a school, and kids have mass on Wednesday mornings, and that was what was going on here when all this went down. Don't have any information on where the shooting happened relative to that, but that's why all these parents are very concerned. They had kids who were here at Annunciation Church who were at Mass. Now, obviously, we've confirmed that there was a shooting and that suspect is deceased, but beyond that, do not know, what's happened to these folks. My brother's actually in Amsterdam, and he's texting me to see if I have any information, and so, very concerned. Very large concern there for the neighbors and obviously for the family. Everybody's just gathering out here to kind of see if they can figure anything out right now. We saw dozens of police cars rushing to the scene, dozens that were already here, EMS all over. But obviously the scene has calmed down now, but it's just a matter of parents finding out what happened and what is the status of their children. And so, that's a huge concern for them right now. So again, you're seeing some of the parents, some of the family members of the children who were at this school at Mass this morning, going back there and trying to get some information. So we're also trying to get information, but obviously, there's a lot of moving parts. And so we'll hear from all those folks pretty soon. I know Mayor Fry is out here and preparing to talk to everybody, but the police the same, but that may still take a while.
Corn, I had a question for you. This is Hannah Flood back at the studio. You said your brother lives in that neighborhood, and you were talking to neighbors and your brother who said that they may have heard some of those gunshots?
Absolutely. They heard a ton of gunfire, a lot of it, so much that they figured it wasn't even gunfire. It had to be somebody who was roofing their house early in the morning. And so, yeah, there was a lot of gunfire here. I talked to several of my brother's neighbors. I saw one of them actually, looking into backyards, and I, said hi to him. He knows me, and he said he was trying to make sure a suspect hadn't escaped through, some of the ways that you can run through people's yards here. So everybody here, doing all they can to try to help as well. But with the information that we got now that the suspect is dead, that's less of a concern. But that was, as I arrived on scene, still neighbors trying to figure out if somebody potentially armed with a weapon who had just fired it was in their backyards.
Right. They hear off the gunfire and they just don't know. And you mentioned it, of course, Corn, but we are
amazing. I'll tell you, anything can, when you do this for a while, anything can break. It can be international, it could be local, it could be a catastrophe, it could be something, usually it's a catastrophe. Usually, sometimes it's good news, but anything can happen. So it looks like, most likely, I don't think anyone else is killed. I think that only one person is killed. That's my gut feeling on this. Because if there were other people that were wounded, there would have been a rush of them coming, the EMS rushing them out into the ambulances, and that doesn't look like the case. So we'll see. I'll pay attention to this. Let's go to another video here. This is Harvard's Arthur Brooks on return to office mandates in the future of work and industrial policy. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula is going to get you into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep so you consolidate your memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and be well rested. By having good sleep, you're going to slow down the aging process. If you are chronic sleep deprived, your cortisol levels are higher. That's immunosuppressive. When you're sleep deprived, you're not detoxifying your central nervous system and consolidating memory. So you're increasing the chances of early onset of dementia. So it's really important to get a good night's sleep. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. There's a bunch of other stuff. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Another great supplement that I have that helps with your neural health is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will help you to concentrate. It gets rid of that brain fog, so you'll be able to concentrate on tasks, and it helps to support memory. When you take this on a regular basis, you're going to start having improved neural connections, what I call positive neuroplasticity. That means that you're going to be able to think better, you're going to be able to think faster, you're going to be able to concentrate, you're going to be able to retrieve your memory faster. So as you get older, you need to support your neurons and take neural stacks. Now this stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, and Goodnight Formula. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and improve your neural health. Super important. You're 40 years of age, you're going to notice a whole bunch of people in your social circle, either online or at home or in work, past friends, whatever. You're going to start noticing that there's memory loss and that this is going to be accelerated. So early onset of dementia is going to increase because of the crisis that we went through. You can mitigate it by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level and taking stacks that improve your neural health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Goodnight Formula and get the Clarity Factor. Or don't pay attention and don't be surprised that you have problems later down the road. Use discount 5.
Going to weigh in on return to work, plus the U.S. government's stake in Intel and so many other things. How Happiness has a new book out. We got to talk about it. Harvard University professor Arthur Brooks, columnist for The Atlantic. We got a whole laundry list. AEI President Emeritus, new host of the podcast Office Hours with Arthur Brooks. And as I mentioned earlier, the new book, The Happiness Files, Insights on Work and Life. It is now a New York Times bestseller. So congratulations to you. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right.
All of those things are pretty cool. I don't even know what you do about your office. Which one do you go to, given all of the things you're doing?
It's great. It's actually, people want to be happier. Who knew? It's big news.
How important is it for employees to be happy? And I asked that in the context of John Stankey writing a pretty tough love memo to his staff. Some people love a tough love memo. Other people,
He's a very straightforward guy. I know John Stank. He's a great CEO. It's a terrific company. And it's when somebody's straightforward in a period of double talk. CEOs have gotten really good at not saying what they actually think or trying to shade the truth when they're talking to their own employees. And a lot of CEOs have become afraid of their employees, as a matter of fact. They get blown up in the Slack channel. They don't know what to do. Something might get leaked. John Stankey doesn't care. He's running a great company, and he wants to be honest with everybody.
Can you just explain this? I just want to go back. I don't want to relitigate the past, but a little bit.
Yeah.
Why do you think it was, I would say, 2018, 19, into the pandemic, which is its own world?
Yeah.
Why CEOs felt that they...
With YouTube Premium, watch ad-free videos and listen ad-free on the YouTube Music app. That's right. One subscription, 2
CEOs felt that they were being held hostage by the employees. And today they don't. And the reason I ask is I think there was a view that maybe the job market was so tight. You remember people would say, job market's so tight that we can't afford to let these people leave. And so we need to make their life as cushy as humanly possible.
Right.
Today, by the way, job market seems just as tight. And people are saying, talk to the hand.
Yeah. It really has to do with the culture of activism. So activism tends to rise. Every 50 years or so, you get a real activist culture. In the early 1970s, 2020, thereabouts. And what we saw on college campuses, this is where I make my living, is on college campuses, activism became more important than inquiry, which is what ruined the university climate. There's nothing wrong with activism per se, but when it gets to great inside organizations, then a small group of people, usually 3 to 5% of people, can bully the leadership. Effectively, that's what happened at universities, where 3 to 5% that did not represent the community and were just blowing people up, that people became afraid of them. That activist culture was really well organized inside companies, universities, the media, every place else you want to look, and now people are figuring out how to fight back.
Now, I don't know if it's every 50 years, but the thing is that I noticed it within Harvard. During my coursework for my master's, I noticed it taking place in around 2018 and early 2019. All right, there was kind of like this woke activist part of the university, primarily from the college. Not so much the grad students, but the undergrad students, pushing abortion rights and a LGBTQ kind of push. There was like a student slobbery, what I'll call a student slobbery. The way they dress was very lack of coordination of colors. There was a lack of dress etiquette. There was also a push, which was surprising, of socialism and communism on the bulletin board. So I saw this at around 2018 and 2019. Now, it didn't really explode until October 7th of 2023. So, but it was, the rumblings were there. Now, you still have the slobbery on campus, that's for sure. I think this brings up a good point. Maybe the way to stop wokeism, maybe, right? I'm just speaking out loud like I do on every show, is to dress better. if the students were dressing better, maybe they would take their education more seriously.
Work from home captured more than 3 to 5%.
No, for sure. But the whole point is that the activists about that had disproportionate power, is the way that works, or on any particular topic. You know, you can in a Slack channel inside a company, 3 to 5% figured out how to look like 50%, and then sooner or later leadership caught on. And this is the case as well. This is what we're seeing in companies and universities, and now the backlash against the activism is what we're seeing. And I tell you, it's welcome. I'm really happy to see it.
Are employees long-term more happy when they work in an office because they have the camaraderie, their career develops more?
You have to have managers pushing back on the wokeism. Problem comes in is that some of these managers are woke. So the upper management is going to need to push back on the managers. Now, at the university level, certain faculty members, maybe even liberal or centrist, are afraid to speak out because they're afraid to be demonized by their students and their colleagues, faculty colleagues. So there needs to be a pushback. So there's a war that's going on between a push for wokeism and an anti-woke in corporate America and in the universities and even on the streets. But the thing is that if the pendulum of conservatism is moving away from liberalism and towards conservatism, then this is going to continue, this battle between wokeism and conservatism, and more momentum will be on the side of conservatism. I personally believe that the United States is going to actually move towards a conservative mindset. Now, is that good or bad? I don't know. But the thing is that it's moving away from wokeism. Because woke isn't productive. Look at what happened with Cracker Barrel. They tried to gentrify the logo and gentrify the design of the buildings and the interior decorating, and their stock plummeted. So when there is a feedback, a conservative feedback, hey, you're affecting the profitability of the company, woke starts to be shed from these companies. They don't want it. So investors concerned about their money are telling woke CEOs no. See? So there is going to be a push because what's more efficient? What works? Is it woke? Does woke work? No, it doesn't work. Because its ethos is from socialism. Socialism doesn't work. It never has, never will.
Short-term unhappy to be in the office, long-term happy, or is it?
There's a lot of research on that, and it's actually quite conflicted is the way that works. But the bottom line is that people are happier when they're with other people if the environment is such that they can actually make friends. So one of the things that we find in the research really clearly is that the happiest companies, which is to say highest morale among employees, they actually make the most money. But one of the best things that you can do is to create a climate of friendship inside, and that means not being buddies with the boss. That means getting out of the way so they can be friends with each other. You're not friends with people on Zoom. You're just not.
How does the ubiquity of AI ultimately change that dynamic? And I ask that because, you know, as AI agents become, you know, more ubiquitous throughout the workforce, and as people are using these tools more, I've heard a lot about, oh, well, you know, you're just going to be a lot more productive in the workplace. Maybe you only work a 4-day week. Right. Maybe. How do you see it changing the dynamic of the relationship between employee and employer?
I don't actually see a lot of happiness gains coming in general from the way that we're using AI. And part of the reason is because AI is new. And when we use new technology, brand new technology that seismically changes the way that we interact with each other. The big problem is that it starts by substituting for human relationships. So you see that where AI is working right now with respect to, I don't know, dating apps, social media.
You saw this with the email rollout. All right. My first email for corporate was 90, 97, 98, something like that. Now I had email, private email, but corporate email, I like 97, I think was when I had corporate email, maybe 96. But the thing is that once in a large organization, you start having a lot of communication through email, all right? What happens is that in an engineering environment or people that have to collaborate on a daily basis, people start hiding behind their screens. They're hiding behind their computer. They just issue an email. And some people are kind of stupid with their emails. They write a big one and no one reads them. Or some people are smart and you parse and you be very precise in your email and you get better responses. But I noticed in working in large organizations that people, now you're talking about around the world, right? These organizations were not just local, but they were global, that people would hide behind emails and the emails would just keep on piling up and, you know, you don't read them all because you get so much email. Some of them are copies of emails, you know, or direct response emails. But the point is that people started doing their job and it was all about reading and writing emails and not engineering. All right. So there was, at Nissan, there was a policy because there were so many people hiding behind their computer and not discussing problems in the conference rooms or at a computer station, a CAD station, or at the studio or at a mock-up or whatever, at a test lab. They were just discussing it on email. They instituted a policy at Nissan that you have to respond to an email within 24 hours. So that way there's no lag between Japan and the United States or Europe. And within departments, within the headquarters, let's say in the United States, you had to respond within 24 hours. Another thing that they instituted is that you have to talk in person, not on the phone, not through email, not through conferencing. You have to talk with the other teams in person. And you're kind of like, okay, so this is happening in the early 20s, early 2000s, like, 2000 to 2006. All right. So you start seeing how email was affecting an organization by just people not communicating face to face. They were hiding. The people became lazy. You kind of see that with working at home, working on Zoom, working remote. It's the same problem. Organizations are better at solving problems and getting tasks done if there's a lot of interfacing between departments by working together and you are face to face. Super important. And that's what he's talking about.
The way that we're actually working, it's crowding out actual human relationships. Here's the deal with tech in general and happiness. Here's the rule. If tech substitutes for actual human relationships, it's bad for happiness. If it complements human relationships, it's actually good for happiness. So, for example, let's take a parallel case. Dating apps, for example. Clearly, they're making relationships harder for a lot of people. Most people say they don't like actually how it helps them to meet people. People aren't really satisfied with it. But new dating apps are trying to figure out a way where it will complement the relationships as opposed to substituting the complex environment of meeting people and falling in love. That's the way all technology is supposed to mature, and AI is going to have to do it that way so it doesn't actually hurt us in terms of what we care about, which is love and happiness.
Arthur, I want to pivot the conversation. I want you to put your former AEI hat on.
Okay.
And I want to talk about
It's still my hat.
I want to talk about capitalism in America today.
Yeah.
Free markets, something you've come on this broadcast many times and advocated.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you may love them, but I think it's shifting, at least what's happening in this country. So weigh in on the idea that the United States government has now taken a stake in Intel, is charging a VIG to NVIDIA and AMD to export their chips to China, even though originally they didn't want them to, for national security purposes and everything else. Golden shares, and the idea.
Growing your business shouldn't mean growing your overhead. Growth should be seamless with AI-driven workflows built for the way you work. Progress.
Golden shares, and the.
We're live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, simulcasting on X Spaces, and live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you have a comment, please put it in the chat or ask for the mic on X Spaces. I have someone that mentioned woke was seen for the manipulative social engineering it is. I think that's true, but I think that there's also an element of individuals that are woke within an organization or at the societal level, not just at a corporate level, but or even at a university level, but at just the overall societal level. As this pendulum is swinging back to conservatism, there's going to be some of these woke individuals seeing the light and move away from it, move away from wokeism. There's going to be others that are digging in that are really hardcore and may get violent. And this is where you start seeing the protests and the bricks being thrown and, the burning of homes and, social unrest. So some people are waking up to it, to the social engineering. Others are actually promoting it and digging in as this pendulum is moving towards conservatism. But thank you for the comment. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, more broadly, that the president says that he would prefer or would like to actually buy into more companies.
Yeah.
What say you?
I hate industrial policy.
You do?
I hate it. I don't like it. I think it's bad for free markets, it's bad for growth, and it's bad for freedom in general. Now, I understand that this always existed. It would be naive of me to say that this is a new thing. On the contrary, the Biden administration was unbelievably aggressive in industrial policy.
The industrial policy that we have with Trump is taking a page right out of FDR. We're going to war with China. Wake up. I know this guy's from Harvard, all right? But it's time to wake up to the reality. We have to protect our manufacturing, and we have to be able to make sure that our semiconductor industries are built in the United States and protected, because those are going to be the technologies. They're going to be super important for Space Force, for the Air Force, and for drone technology, especially with the Navy. So it's not about free market capitalism all the time. Now, I'm a capitalist for sure. I do a whole show telling you how to make money on the market. But if he's not waking up to the fact that we're on a war footing, then I don't know. He should just step down, because it's obvious. It's obvious. Even Rubio is saying this.
Is that, most people associate Republicans with going the other direction, and the Republicans kind of aren't. But the truth is that we have this big wave of greater industrial policy that's encroaching on American capitalism. I don't like it. I think
it's too naive. It's too naive to just put your egghead hat on and say, oh, it's just about capitalism or an anti-capitalistic perspective. You have another thing going on, Professor, that is the Pacific Rim is boiling over because the Chinese want the first island chains, And that is going to change the whole hegemonic power that has lasted since the end of World War II. So people need to wake up to this fact. Now, the problem is that Wall Street loves shipping jobs over to China and making a ton of money and importing deflation so people can buy a bunch of cheap spatulas. But he thinks it's so fucking simple that it's all about just an encroachment on capitalism. We need the fucking technologies here, and we have to push against what Wall Street wants with just pushing paper and importing deflation and gutting manufacturing in the United States so we have more manufacturing and more prowess. If he doesn't say, we still have about, I don't know, how much time do we have left here? We still have, I don't know, 3-4 minutes left of this guy. If he doesn't say that, he's a fucking idiot.
We're not hearing from the Chamber of Commerce. We're not hearing from the Business Roundtable. We're not hearing from business leaders screaming from the rooftops saying this is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, if in fact that's what you believe.
Well, I can't speak for the Chamber of Commerce. I certainly can't, but I see scholars every day from the American Enterprise Institute that are talking about it. The problem is that the counter argument doesn't get as much weight right now. What really gets the weight, what the media is focusing on, is sort of an audacious move by the Republican administration to weigh more heavily into industrial policy than they do in the past.
Okay, then where are Republican congressmen or Republican senators that historically...
You had a globalist, George Bush Sr., pushing for NAFTA. Remember, Ross Perot said, we're going to be making potato chips and not microchips. And you were going to hear the giant sucking sound. He was 100% right. And oh, by the way, he became a billionaire with EDS, major software company. So he should know better, right? Ross Perot should know, right? He should know what was going on there. He was right. Now, the globalist was kicked out because the ticket was divided by 3. Ross Perot, Clinton, and George Bush Sr. George Bush Sr. was supposed to win if it wasn't for Ross Perot. Clinton got in by accident. But what did Clinton do? With Al Gore, push NAFTA. What is that? Oh, the shipping of American jobs. The gutting of the tool and die industry. So wait a minute. So you have this neoliberal agenda for economics to ship jobs away. So the United States becomes a more service economy. Now, what they really wanted was to make more money overseas and import deflation. And so the United States could just keep on running the debt machine. Treasury issues more bonds, and the Chinese would buy them. We buy their goods. We give them American dollars. And the Treasury issues more bonds, and we give them dollars. They buy the Treasury. It's just a cycle. And it got to the point where we started losing manufacturing and losing economic prowess, losing economic clustering. You don't have a healthy economy if everybody's a fucking lawyer. So the Harvard professor isn't saying this? He can't see what Trump is doing? Why? Why is the Harvard professor not seeing that we're on a war footing? Why?
Supported these positions that you have.
And this is a problem with the way that conservative politics is moving today. This is a problem with the Republican Party today. Now, this is out of the equilibrium. I have faith that we're actually going to come back to our free market roots. I think so. And
he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He thinks that it's all about just the economy. It's all about just the economy. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see what is coming around the horizon with the first island chains and how exporting our economic prowess is not making us healthy as a country. It increases our debt to GDP ratio. Too simplistic of an analysis with this Harvard professor.
This is generational because I'm of the view that this could be decades. Meaning, if you don't like tariffs, these tariffs are likely to be here for decades. In part because once you put them on, they become part of the budget. It's very hard to say, hey, we're making $200, $300 billion a year.
Yep.
And the next president comes in, whoever that
Trump
is,
did
says,
that on purpose. And Trump did that on purpose. And what are the revenues for the government? Tariffs, which for many decades, going all the way back to the Civil War, the government had tax revenue through tariffs. So government revenues can come in through tariffs, through taxes, and through the net of debt issuance. And let's put it this way. Money flowing into the government, taxes, tariffs, and bond issuance. That's how it works. So if you don't have the 300 million or 400 billion, I should say, $billion coming in from tariffs, then you're going to have to either cut spending, raise taxes, or issue more debt. Now, didn't I say that there was a problem with debt to GDP ratio? So you can't really keep on raising the debt because it's going to become a problem. We have too much debt. And not just that, you got the Ferguson law that basically says that if your interest is higher than what you're spending in military expenditures, your empire falls. And we're at that point. So this professor isn't seeing the big picture. So what is he saying? Keep on issuing the debt? That's the implicitness of this. Don't have the tariff and just issue the debt? Don't have the tariff and have more taxes? You're not having Congress telling the American public you're not going to have your Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. That's the third rail of politics. You can't touch that. You get electrocuted. The only answer is tariffs.
Not doing that anymore. Then all of a sudden you have a $200-300 billion hole to fill.
Yeah, I think you're right that these things do tend to be pretty sticky, but I think that the ideology is going to move away from that because the status quo among American conservatives tends to be more toward economic freedom. Right? That's the general way that they think, and I think they will get back into that groove at some point. The sooner the better.
The other thing that's so interesting is just the flip in terms of the way Republicans think about power and the way Democrats think about power. It used to be that Republicans thought the Democrats were trying to do too much. Right. And now it's almost the opposite. We've been having this big conversation about the independence of the Federal Reserve, for example, and what's going on with Lisa Cook and all of these things. And it's almost like a complete reversal of the sort of normal.
But the host on CNBC isn't paying attention to the war footing. FDR, who was Democrat, was controlling industries and got the United States off of the gold standard by confiscating the gold. What did Nixon do? Nixon stopped the conversion of gold with debt with other nations. So both parties manipulated the economy. Both parties, through different operations, either through the Treasury and or through the Federal Reserve, manipulated the market. The Federal Reserve was never independent. But we're supposed to believe that it was independent. I'll tell you, I wish I was on that show. I would have told that Harvard professor that he needs to start paying attention to history and don't think in the concept that it's just that markets are pure. That it's just that they're just pure from all conductivity of what's going on in the world. I mean, it's just so obvious to me on how idiotic and simpleton these questions are.
To this point, the Republicans have a lot of power. They have the Senate, they have the House. Arguably, they have,
In terms of the way Republicans think about power and the way Democrats think about power, it used to be that Republicans thought the Democrats were trying to do too much.
Right.
And now it's almost the opposite. We've been having this big conversation about the independence of the Federal Reserve, for example. What's going
This
on?
clown doesn't see that it's not about political parties. They're different sides of the same coin. So if you're getting similar activities, depending on the era that you're looking at, but you have similar activities, you zoom out far enough, you see that similar activities are happening with the Republicans and the Democrats. Then therefore, they're not the ones that are in power. There's another force that's in power. See, if something doesn't make sense in like 2 dimensions, you want to look at 3 dimensions. If something doesn't make sense in a 3-dimensional system, then you want to look at 4 dimensions. So you got to go up 1 dimension, all right? That's how physics works, all right? And that's how they got to the 10, dimensional universe and all this stuff, all right? The Republicans and the Democrats, they're not the ones that are in power. It's not about Democrat-Republican. Stupid questions.
To cook in all of these things, and it's almost like a complete reversal of the sort of normal.
Yeah, because whoever's in power, the other side actually takes the opposite position, because that's how you can get a dig at whoever actually happens to be in the White House at this point. The Republicans have a lot of power. They have the Senate, they have the House. Arguably, they have greater power in the.
What it is, you create division so you can do things that the public isn't paying attention to. That's what's happening. The Republicans and the Democrats are going to give you the same bullshit. They just serve it differently.
Agenda, at least in the White House, obviously. And so the result of that is a kind of a clean sweep. The table's been run. As the result is that
Are you happy about that?
It's politics, Andrew. I mean, it's like, this is politics. And the truth is, politics never raises happiness. Anytime a politician says, I'm going to make you happy, you should be very, very nervous.
I was about to ask that.
I agree with that.
We always say people vote, particularly in America, vote with their wallet.
Yeah.
Do they vote with their happiness ever?
Oh, yeah, all the time. This is actually how they form their families. This is how they make their decisions ultimately. The reason they're voting with their wallets is because it's downstream from their happiness. They think they're going to be able to support their families better. They're going to have more security.
Is the nation happy now?
The nation is not. The nation has actually been in a happiness decline since 1990. This goes way back. That's
And the reason, what did I say about NAFTA? So 1990, what was going on with NAFTA under Bush Sr.? They were pushing it right after the Gulf War. Gulf War ended in 91. The election was in 92. Ross Perot said, you're going to be making potato chips and not microchips. Fast forward to 2025. We got Donald Trump trying to bring back the semiconductor industry. Ross Perot was right. So what happened back then? It was fucking NAFTA and the destruction of the economic clustering. That's the reason why America is unhappy. Because you had people that sold the American worker down the river so Wall Street can make a fucking ton of money. Why can't this guy say this?
There's 4 practices that the happiest people follow. They practice their faith or a life philosophy if they're not religious. They have a family life. They have friends, real friends, and they actually feel like they serve other people through their work. And all four of those things have been intertwined. Then there's a big.
And I've been saying there's about the three pillars of civilization: God, country, and family. When you have an affinity to your country, you're going to try to be productive at a societal level for future generations. You respect the government. You respect law and order. When you have the pillar of religion or spirituality, you have a moral, you have a moral fiber in you. You conduct yourself differently versus someone that's amoral. Less crime in a society that has some level of religious observance. Now, family creation. By having a family creation, you are allowing for the society to grow and to be prosperous in the future. But not just that, there is this natural need to continue on your genetic code. There's this natural need of nurturing your kids. And then there's a feedback loop. You take care of the kids, and hopefully, if you raise them properly, they take care of you when you're older. So there's a symbiosis there. But it's those three pillars. But if you throw away the economic clustering and people can't form families, they start feeling that the society is going to hell, and they move away from religion. They see that their country is less prosperous, and they start losing affinity for country, and you have the society degrading. I'll tell you, I am not impressed with this Harvard professor, and he's a famous guy. I believe he's over in the business school. But I'll tell you, he tiptoes, he tiptoes, but doesn't get to the root cause of the problem. What was the root cause of the problem? Globalization.
Forms and happiness, like the coronavirus epidemic that John Stanky is trying to help his company finally come back from. We talked about that earlier. There's the reaction to the financial crisis, plus all of the way that people have reacted to the new media.
Now let's think about this for a second. What about the financial crisis? How did that start? Oh, the Federal Reserve pumping too much fucking money into the system and not paying attention to the risks that were starting to build up on the balance sheets of these special vehicle units that were off balance sheet. And the deregulation that was taking place under Clinton with Larry Summers, who happened to also be a president of Harvard. So people got fleeced. So you hurt the economy. Think about this. You gut the manufacturing with NAFTA. Fast forward to 2003, 2004, when all these mortgages, subprime mortgages were being processed. The economy starts to falter. These subprimes start to default. And the deregulation that took place in the 90s starts to rear its head, and it collapses the economy, and we have Lehman. Because of easy policy from the Federal Reserve, deregulation from Clinton's administration, mismanagement from Rubin and from Summers, and it all started because they destroyed the economic clustering in the United States. But they thought that Wall Street would make a ton of money, and you'd be able to import deflation so you can buy cheap spatulas from Walmart. Now, what about COVID? What about COVID? Out of control national security state funding operations on doing crap that they should never have been doing in the laboratory. So I see pernicious activity in regards of deregulation, easy money, lack of regulating of the banks, and the systemic risk that was building up. And talking about systemic risk, what about this crazy stuff that's going on in the laboratories? It's all pernicious. But you got this famous Harvard professor speaking bullshit.
Technology in 2008, 2009, 2010, when everybody got screens in their pockets and social media apps. And of course, there's the polarization, the political polarization. All these things have been horrible for happiness. And a lot of that is related to politics. If you want to be happier, pay less attention to politics. That's the bottom line. Look at it for 15 minutes in the morning. I recommend
Overuse of screens. This is a complex issue that he's bringing up. Overuse of screens and overconsumption of politics. He's focused on just looking at politics. Overconsumption of politics will create animosity and groupthink and this us versus them mentality. But if you elevate this to over screen use and the overuse of social media and the groupthink that is taking place within these echo chambers and the dumbing down of your brain because of the electromagnetic frequency of the screens and the lack of being out in nature will make you to lose IQ points. Your body will be less healthy. You will start to atrophy. You start to gain weight. You start to lose muscle just by using too much screen. If you are always sitting in an office chair, do you think that you're healthy? You probably have bad blood flow. Probably have swelling in your legs. Probably gaining weight. And not only that, you just overconsumption of these things that make Zuckerberg rich is literally making you and your kids dumber. Your IQ is going down, not up. So the only way to get around this is what Niall Ferguson has stated. You gotta like plug out. There's gotta be large sections of your daily life where you're human, not inhuman or transhuman. God, this guy's an idiot.
Box, not politics.
I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how.
Not impressed with the Harvard's professor, not bringing up NAFTA, not bringing up the erosion of economic clustering and how that affected happiness. Missing the big points. Let's listen into the catastrophe that's happening with this Minneapolis school shooting.
People who had responded, who are now no longer needed where they were, is difficult to say, but you can see the number of law enforcement of all types that has responded here. We see Homeland Security, the presence here. That's what you see, HSI on the back of the vests that these folks are wearing. That's Federal Homeland Security that is part of this. There's ATF as well. There's the FBI, in addition to Minneapolis Police, Park Police. Here comes some more heavily armed Minneapolis police officers as well. Going with this again, they're heading down to the east of this, so towards Lindale Avenue. So it's hard to say exactly what they're doing now as part of this response or post-response. Certainly, though, again, we'll be getting an update here shortly from the main media staging area, which is just 1 block to my east, in front of the sanctuary here at Annunciation.
Thank you. Rob Olson out there in front of the Annunciation School and Church in South Minneapolis, where law enforcement's been responding to the active shooter threat. But again, we understand that the shooter is dead and that there's no immediate threat to the public. And it does look like we have some new information in here this morning just about the situation. Amy, we've got that here.
Reuters is reporting that they've been told by the DOJ, the Department of Justice, that 3 people are dead and 1 is the shooter. So the Department of Justice, the federal Justice Department, is telling Reuters news agency that there are 3 people who are dead, including the shooter. And we also were told by the AP that 5 children were being treated as well. So those, as far as numbers go, that is what we have. And again, we're going to be hearing, hopefully, as Rob said, in a couple of minutes from law enforcement and from city officials who will be able to tell us a little bit more. And then at about 11 o'clock HCMC, the medical
so
center.
most likely 3. So most likely 2 children are dead. Amazing. And it's at a church too. I mean, it's just. Sad. Let's see here. Let's listen into Fox News. They're covering the shooting.
Paul and Bill, let's go to CB Cotton. She is live with more. This is early stages of this story, CB, but what can you tell us?
Hey, Bill. Hey, Dana. Good morning. Such sad news that we're learning. So our local Fox affiliate reports that the Annunciation Church in South Minneapolis, where this is all unfolding, has a school for students who are in kindergarten through 8th grade. And, you know, the Fox affiliate says that school indeed started on Monday, which makes this really, really heartbreaking. The Fox affiliate also reports that Mass is on Wednesdays at 8:15 local time there, and students were reportedly in Mass at the time of this shooting. I can also tell you that a reunification zone has already been set up for families of children at the school, and right now first responders are on scene, are urging families to go to that reunification zone if they have questions. Obviously, you have a lot of parents who are probably there on scene, very worried, anxiously awaiting news on their children. And I want to go to some really disturbing details from the Star Tribune. This is a big publication in Minneapolis who says multiple people who live in the area reported hearing a lengthy burst of gunfire. Some people told the outlet that they heard so many shots fired off, they thought work was being done on nearby homes. And this outlet is also saying police are currently escorting parents and children to the school's basement. They've seen people crying, running towards the scene. So just, you know, a tragedy that's currently unfolding here in Minneapolis. And this shooting appears to be the latest in a string of violent incidents in this city since Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday, another shooting killed 1 person and injured 6 others. And now, less than 24 hours later, we have this unfolding where parents are potentially waiting to hear some of the worst news of their lives. Again, no confirmed totals on a number of people rather who've been killed, but we are certainly monitoring social media channels, waiting to hear more from law enforcement who are there on the ground.
All right, CB Cotton, thank you. Go ahead and stand by for us. Paul, we just heard CB talking about it there. Also, our Fox affiliate, Fox 9 KMSP in Minneapolis, reporting the same. They're reporting that witnesses in the neighborhood heard a, quote, tremendous volume of gunfire, so much so that you heard CB mention that one neighbor thought it was somebody doing roof work on their house. There was so much banging. Again, Fox News has not independently confirming that coming from our Fox affiliate, Fox 9 in Minneapolis. Your thoughts on hearing that, though?
So once again, I go back to the fact that this is a school that only goes up to 8th grade. And when you're talking about
semi-automatic or automatic gunfire, I start to go in my mind, just based on very limited information here, that this is very outside in. It's not a student. It's somebody who's targeting this school specifically. It is a Catholic school. I can't help but have my mind go back to the shooting in Nashville that targeted the Covenant School. We had that shooter in that case, Audrey Hale, seems to have targeted that school for an ideological reason.
Had gone to the school.
Had gone to the school. So do we have something like that here again? Again, that is speculation. I want to be clear on that. If in fact the shooter is mitigated here, isolated and contained, shot, wounded, potentially DOA, what will happen now is you're morphing into the aftermath. You're morphing into obviously dealing with the families, notifications, setting up grief counseling for the students, things like that. But also, let's remember something else. You got it, Brian?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's important to be positive, even though there's news like this, where it's a tragedy, but to be positive and to look forward to your future. Now, you can do that multiple ways, but you want to be healthy when you move into your future. You want to be healthy mentally, and you want to be healthy physically, all right? So by changing your lifestyle, eating properly, having a better mindset, stop paying attention to Harvard professors that don't know shit, all right? And developing a health protocol for your needs will provide you with the longevity to enjoy the years that you have left. We're all going to die. That's guaranteed. We're all going to die, all right? The question is when. And are we going to be happy or not, all right? So if you pay attention to what I have to say here, you're increasing your chances of being healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is a dual-purpose supplement. It's going to bring down inflammation and help with your lipid profile. Very important to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Lignans, it's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. Lignans also helps with your endocrine system and your immune system. Brings down inflammation, super important. And ashwagandha root controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Stack them together, and it's a powerful stack to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can take them separately, but like I said, if you stack them, you get more bang for your buck. So use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. I want you to get healthy because a healthier society is going to be a more productive society. The best way to reduce healthcare costs is for individuals to take charge of their own health. Make sure you get annual checkups and do the cancer screening, super important, but it's also changing a lifestyle, right? And it's taking the proper supplementation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's listen into live now here.
That we're seeing, that's just kind of a law enforcement response, a crime scene response, kind of letting us know that they're going to be hunkering down for a while to do this investigation and collect a lot of evidence here. So they're trying to piece everything together. 8:27 was when those first calls came in from a South Minneapolis school.
Our Corin Hoggard, who has been on the scene since pretty much the beginning, if you weren't with us about an hour or so ago, but he.
All right, so they're just repeating what we know so far. You know, with that Harvard professor, Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs, he knows more about happiness and about what's going on in the job market than that stupid guy. And you would have got the information for free. I wonder how much that Harvard professor actually took American taxpayer money to do stupid research on what makes us happy. Amazing. want to take a look at. Let's listen into this dark money on the Mamdani campaign. I'm not familiar with this issue.
Before the true costs of a ransomware breach come to bear, there are moments. Moments where, with the right tools, hidden.
Welcome back. Well, New York City's mayoral race now 2 months away. Self-described Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani seeing $1 million fundraising haul in the most recent round. He is raising money fast. A majority of those donors, however, are from outside of New York City. Mamdani's haul between July 12th and August 8th nearly doubled.
Now, why would it be that you have a lot of money flowing into Mamdani's campaign that's outside of New York City and outside of New York State? Why would that be? Because if he's successful in winning the election, which he has a very good chance of winning, then you're going to see a big push by the millennials pushing a leftist agenda that is right in line with AOC. Amazing. It's going to destroy the city.
Andrew Cuomo and incumbent Eric Adams in the same time. The latest polls show Mamdani leading the pack, but now New Yorkers seem to be souring on his socialist policies. His campaign had to walk back a position from the Democrat Socialists of America, which first endorsed him to wipe out enforcement of misdemeanors. Joining me now, a man who is rising in the polls, New York City Republican mayoral candidate, Curtis Sliwa. The latest city filings show you raised money, Curtis, from more than 4,000 donors. You quadrupled Mamdani's totals, and most of them are from New Yorkers. Congratulations for that, and welcome to the
He ain't gonna win. He's not gonna win.
Get matched, an 8-to-1 match, because they're New York City donors. First off, I want to check to see.
He's a Republican. There's no way he's gonna win. The only candidate that potentially could beat Mamdani, and I don't even like him, is Cuomo. I don't like Cuomo. I want Adams back in, but he's got so much. He's dealing with so much corruption within his administration that I don't think he's going to make it over the finish line. So you have a Republican that's running. He's not going to get enough votes. Adams is not going to get enough votes. So it's going to be a battle between Cuomo and Mamdani. So if they were smart and we want to prevent Mamdani from getting in, this guy needs to step down, whatever his name is, and Adams. Or we will get Mamdani. It's going to be the same problem that happened with Clinton. Ross Perot spoiled the soup and forced out George Bush Sr. But he did that on purpose. It wasn't that Ross Perot wanted to win. He knew what he was doing. He wanted to get back at the Bush family.
I'm sure on Mamdani's donors, if in fact they're bringing in dark money from overseas. I would suggest that the Justice Department immediately look into that, because all of a sudden, from being such a favorite of so many people in New York City, he can't seem to raise money in New York City. He's exhausted that supply. Why it makes sense that he would have not only Soros money, which we know he has, but maybe dark money. Let's investigate that. Let's find out if I am correct or if I am incorrect. But I have a feeling that's what's happening in this election cycle.
Well, this is breaking news. You want an investigation be done about where that money came from.
Right. I may be wrong. I'd be more than happy to apologize.
Well, it's interesting because somebody on the Cuomo team recently said to me they were shocked that he beat Cuomo in the primary. And they said one of the reasons is they shipped all these people from outside New York to work on the campaign and get them to vote, because there's a law in New York that if you say you lived here for 30 days and you go to vote early, you actually can be counted.
Oh, there's no question. In fact, you can be signed up to vote right on up to the first 10 days of early voting. Those are the rules and regulations. But
So they can just ship outsiders in to vote?
Well, yeah, they can temporarily come in and vote. How are you going to prove that, in fact, they're living at that residence? Nobody goes to prove. But I think with Cuomo, he bailed out on that election cycle. He mailed it in from the Hamptons. I'm in the streets every day and in the subways. There's blood flowing up in the Bronx. You're not seeing any of these candidates all weekend long. They were doing silly things, lifting weights, eating potato chips. I'm dealing with what is becoming the #1 issue: crime, public safety, and quality of life. I'm the expert in that field. These other 3 candidates have failed the public in that regard.
Well, look, they're all talking about affordability and they're talking about public safety. You founded, the Guardian Angels and have seen the city go through different cycles. What is your solution?
The solution is we got to get back to the basics. We got to let the police officers be police and restore qualified immunity. Most people say, what is qualified immunity?
Spend more money on providing a better salary for the police officers. I'm not for spending money for surveillance technology, but these officers should be making more money. Recruit more. Now, the next thing is to buy a bunch of garbage trucks. And literally, people need to pick up these ultra liberals off the street and throw them into the garbage truck and ship them out. That's the only way you're going to clean up the city.
All civil servants are insured, including, as we've seen, Cuomo, who continues to get sued for sexual harassment. We as taxpayers pay those bills. Cops now can be personally sued for anything they do. And we don't have enough cops. We need at least 7,000 more cops. So that's why when all of a sudden Pam Bondi comes to New York City and says to our police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, we can assist you. And Jessica Tisch says, no, it's an anomaly. It's a perception of crime. No. Crime is rising. And the other way you actually address affordability, none of the candidates talk about this. You slash the taxes, the income tax, the corporate tax, the property taxes. You have congestion pricing right here, which is covered in this area where you broadcast from. It is destroying businesses all up and down the corridor. It's another tax, speed cameras, higher sewage rates, water rates, electricity rates. You are basically being taxed from the cradle to the grave and being driven out of New York City. I want people to improve and not move. And there's only one way you're going to get them to stay: if you put money in their pocket so they can actually spend it and fuel the economy here.
So, Curtis, your priorities are ensuring that you get this city back to being safe and cutting taxes. Can you do that, or do you need the governor, Kathy Hochul, to get involved in terms of overseeing a tax cut? Can you do that as mayor?
Some of it you can do as mayor, and some of it you can do when I will be out there side by side with Congresswoman Stefanik from upstate New York to beat Kathy Hochul and this Democratic stranglehold on the state and the city. That's a 1-2 combination. Remember, you had Rudy followed by Pataki. What did we have? We had order, no chaos, no corruption. We could do the 1-2 punch. Sleewood, the Republican candidate for mayor, followed by Stefanik, Congresswoman for governor. We'll get this city and state back on track. Slash taxes, provide public safety. That will keep people here instead of fleeing to Florida, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and other parts of the country.
And you think you're going to get an electorate to come out and vote for Republican in New York?
Well, the other advantage is I have the first ever Protect Animals line. No kill shelters, put animal abusers in jail. That resonates with a lot of women who are the majority of the voters, the majority of the workers, and are the ones being attacked in the streets and subways of New York.
There is no way in this election cycle he's going to win. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. It's going to boost up your energy levels, improve your metabolism, help with your cardiovascular health, improves your brain function, and helps with musculature. Super important to take every day. Another great supplement that I have that's a powder, this is a month supply, is collagen. Collagen is dual purpose. Helps with your skin, hair, and nails. Helps with your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. Take it every day. Again, you can mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even just with milk. But take it every day. Very high quality collagen. Now, some people out there just take collagen, but you need very high quality collagen. And that's what I have. Are my prices a little bit higher than normal, than other, other supplements? Yeah, but that's because what I have is super high quality. Now, Myotrol. Myotrol is a supplement to help build muscle. It helps with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle, so you're reducing atrophy. Super important if you're 40 years of age, for males or females. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to allow for that gene expression to take place. Now, Myotrol, you do some resistance training, and you're going to notice that you are building and maintaining muscle quicker. This stacks really well with Boomer Boost. It also stacks really well with Gladiator Garlic. Omega-3 helps with your cardiovascular health. It brings down inflammation. It prevents the red blood cells from oversticking and causing clots. And omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, so there's less plaque buildup. So a great way to help with your cardiovascular health, take the omega-3, help with your bone, help with your musculature and maintaining muscle, the Myotrol. Boomer Boost to target multiple systems like cardiovascular, your muscles, your metabolism, your brain function, and collagen to help with your skin, your musculature, your joint health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Let's continue on with the guy that's not going to win the election as mayor in New York. What?
I have a storage problem. Like a real.
Welcome back. Well, New York City's mayoral race now to
corruption. We could do the 1-2 punch. Sliwa, the Republican candidate for mayor, followed by Stefanik, Congresswoman for governor, will get this city and state back on track. Slash taxes, provide public safety. That will keep people here instead of fleeing to Florida, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and other parts of the country.
and you think you're going to get an electorate to come out and vote for Republican in New York?
Well, the other advantage is I have the first ever Protect Animals line. No-kill shelters, put animal abusers in jail. That resonates with a lot of women who are the majority of the voters, the majority of the workers, and are the ones being attacked in the streets and subways of New York City. Yes, it will resonate with the voters. I will become the next mayor of the city of New York.
Well, I like that. I mean, I think you're right in terms of these no-kill shelters. Look, President Trump has kept out of this race so far, although he has been outwardly opposed to Mamdani and his rise of socialist policies. You've urged the president not to get involved in this race. Why? Because you think it's largely Democrat? Because they're against President Trump? Why not?
It should not be a focus of Zohran Mamdani versus Trump. He wants to run against Trump. He doesn't want to run against Sliwa or Adams or Cuomo on the issue. The other thing, the president has a full plate. Peace, Ukraine and Russia. But the biggest peace he can negotiate, he has the power. Stop the war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. That's the biggest selling point that Zohran Mamdani has amongst millennials and Gen Zers. And I'm going after that vote. I haven't forsaken it like Eric Adams says and Andrew Cuomo.
Well, the president yesterday said, look, if anybody kills somebody in Washington, D.C., in the Capitol, you will face the death penalty. Do you agree?
In a federal city, sure. I think somebody should face a death penalty, but it'll be tied up in courts. I loved what the president did and said that Cuomo no cash bail has to be rescinded or we will deny federal funding to New York State. Cuomo started it. He doubled down on it. Hochul continues it. That's why we have so much crime that's rampant in the streets and subway in New York City. That the president can be very helpful. I thank him for that. We got to get rid of this no cash bail.
Well, the president has been saying this for a long time. I sat down with the president months ago and tried to get his take on this mayoral race, and that is exactly where he went. Here's President Trump with me just a few months ago. Watch this. Who would you be poised to support in New York? I know that you.
I don't want to say that because, you know, I have a lot of people, a lot of friends, and I have everybody, so I don't want to get into that. I can tell you this, whoever's mayor of New York is going to have to behave themselves, or the federal government is coming down very tough on them financially.
He could hold back federal funding for New York the way he's been looking at all these sanctuary cities.
Well, he already has. If you look at the big, beautiful bill, Medicaid, education, they're going after NYCHA, the federal housing. Now, we need to cut the budgets.
Yeah.
They're way out of whack. But I think that's when you sit down with the president and his cabinet and you say, this is where I agree with you, but this is what is going to hurt the city. But we cannot hurt the city because Adams has heard it, Cuomo heard it as governor, before that de Blasio, and Zoran Mandami will destroy the city. That's why you have to vote for the only Republican in this race who will bring law and order, slash taxes, and keep people from fleeing.
Well, the mayoral race took an interesting turn over the weekend. Mamdani's campaign held a scavenger hunt in Queens. There's viral video showing him failing to bench press 135 pounds of weight, needing a spotter to help him. Curtis, I mean, it was like now we're getting goofy with the weights. But let me just ask you a serious question here in terms of you, Cuomo, and Adams all being in this race. Somebody's got to step down. You're going to take votes away from each other. What do you say to the criticism that if the three of you are running against Mamdani, Mamdani wins?
Well, because there are three Democrats in this. There's Mamdani, and then there's Mamdani Light. There's Cuomo and Adams. And they agree on most things. They want illegal aliens to vote. I don't. They believe in a sanctuary city. I don't. So why would I remove myself from the race when I'm the only one promoting law and order, patriotism, return to the basic concepts that you and I grew up with in New York City when it was the greatest city in the world? I am the believer in Republican principles. Let the two other Democrats, Cuomo and Eric Adams.
Does he have the right policy and the right attitude? Yes. Will he win? Absolutely not. This is going to be a race between Cuomo and Mamdani.
On the Titanic and play musical chairs. They can knock each other out. I'm going to become the next mayor. You loved it when Rudy was mayor. You loved it when Bloomberg was mayor. You're going to love it when Slee was mayor because we'll have no chaos, no corruption, and we're going to crack down on the crime that is plaguing this city.
Is this a new persona for Curtis Lee with no beret, red beret?
Well, Maria, you got to take part of the credit. You suggest that you're with all the heavy hitters, and the heavy hitters seem to say, Curtis, when you come into the boardrooms of the corporate Fortune 500 companies based here in New York, you got to get rid of the beret. And as I said to you, I was born without a beret. I'll die without a beret. There are people out there, obviously, when I'm in the streets and subways, and I'm helping people, the beret stands for Guardian Angels, 6 who were killed in the line of duty, 3 dozen seriously injured. But if you want me to take the beret off, vote for me for mayor. Day one, I'll never wear the red beret again.
Curtis Lee, it ain't over till it's over. Good for you. We're watching your moves. Thanks for being here this morning. Curtis Lee, we're here with us.
To the school gymnasium to kind of regroup. Who knows, that could be part of their planned emergency response. But at least getting those kids out of there, getting them reunited with their families, and now getting all of them off of campus so that they can continue their investigation.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is video from a little bit earlier this morning. It's about 9:45 is when those came.
All right, and I do want to bring you this live look here. That is Jacob Fry. He is the mayor of Minneapolis. Let's lift up the audio.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. Two young children ages 8 and 10 were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information. So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school? There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them. Reg. The question was, we know if the student was, if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student. We don't have that information. There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this inside the parking lot here. Yep. Yep. So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least 2 doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire. On the outside, yes. The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke. The side that is closest to us, here, on this side. Yeah. I don't have specific information on that I can release. But yeah, the question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot. The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building. So, yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city. The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area. So obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene. The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either. It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo tight pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot
more
work
questions
that needs to be done. We will return back with the date and find more details that may become available. We'll let you know about that.
That's it.
Once again, folks, to get further inquiries, you understand?
All right, there you have it, an update.
What was weird about the tail end of that was how they interrupted the questions from the reporters. It looked like a police officer. He didn't have a hat on. And the chief seemed to be taking orders from that individual. I don't know, it looked a little weird to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was just a coincidence. I don't know. But it was a little strange in how they ended that press conference, that press questioning section of the video there. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the bioavailable form of CoQ10, and ubiquinol will soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria, boost up ATP so you'll have more energy, and protect your neurons. NAD plus boosts up energy, helps to repair DNA damage, and protect neurons. So a great neurostack is ubiquinol and NAD plus, and it stacks well with C60 and resveratrol. So please go to my store and get that. Also, one of the first pillars of my core protocol to help boost up your immune system is to take Max 35, or you can take Cleanse. It's 30 parts per million, and Max 35 is 35 parts per million. But you take a teaspoon of this every day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20, 30 seconds, swallow. It'll help the epithelial lining in your oral pharynx and your oral cavity. It'll help mucosal barrier and boost up your immune system. So take it every day. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance dose when everything's okay. So let's continue on with the way the markets are trading right now. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,479. Again, there is a resistance level of 6,500. VIX is trading at 14.89. Euro is trading at 1.16. Oil is trading at 63.89. BITO is trading at 20.24. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 147.7. Natural gas is trading at 2.885. Now let's listen to Bloomberg about the 50% tariffs on India.
Tariff rate, and then it slaps this additional 25% tariff on the country as well over its imports of Russian energy supplies. This is going to impact about 55% of the goods that India exports to the United States, but very notably, it leaves exempt electronics as well as pharmaceuticals as we wait for those sector-specific tariffs to come down the line, though, is likely a pretty welcome reprieve for the likes of Apple, for example, which we know have moved manufacturing over to India when it comes to the products that they sell Americans every day. And we're talking a lot about tech today here and chips along with the NVIDIA earnings later this afternoon. But this really has been a pretty stunning reversal, Joe. I think it's fair to say when it comes to the trade talks with India, considering that the country had long been prioritized. In fact, you had the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in an interview earlier today saying that he himself is surprised by how this shook out. India was one of the first countries to come and negotiate with the U.S. Of course, you'll recall Indian Prime Minister Modi was one of the first foreign leaders to visit the White House after President Trump's inauguration, and they made a lot of concessions pretty early on, slashing tariffs on a range of U.S. goods, from luxury items to motorcycles, pledging to import more U.S. LNG. But at the end of the day, it really didn't seem like it was enough to get the White House on board to move a deal forward. And our reporting indicates that perhaps the stickiest issue that really stalled the negotiations has to do with some of India's more protectionist policies when it comes to market access for U.S. agricultural and dairy products. Joe, at this point, we're waiting for updates to see how India could bring this incredibly high tariff down, but the latest reporting is that a U.S. delegation that was set to be in India earlier this week ultimately deferred their trip. We're waiting to see how these talks resume and if there's any path forward for a lower rate.
Right, fascinating, Tyler. We're also asking a lot of questions about Lisa Cook, with reporting that the lawsuit that she is going to file against the administration to challenge President Trump's efforts to fire her will be filed today. There was a doozy of a cabinet meeting yesterday, Tyler. I know that you were at the White House. The president was asked by Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Bourdin about his effort to oust the Fed governor. Listen to what he said.
The Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated to her personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever.
It says the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much
You
for
abide by a court decision.
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by it.
We'll see how this goes, of course, and it's going to take some time before we find out. But Tyler, are we hearing anything new from the White House as we understand this is in fact going to court?
Right, exactly, Joe. And it appears at this point that the White House has no intentions to let up its pressure campaign against the central bank. And that's really what we are watching for here, as we are expecting Lisa Cook to file this legal challenge. And what happens if she files for an injunction, which would immediately reinstate her on the Fed Board of Governors and could mean that she could be there for that September FOMC meeting? Because at the end of the day, we know that in the backdrop of this is that there is a very high legal bar for a president to remove a Fed governor, protection that was in fact bolstered by the Supreme Court earlier this year. You'll recall the Supreme Court had ruled that the president was allowed to oust 2 officials at other independent agencies, but did provide essentially a shield for Federal Reserve officials, citing the Fed's unique structure in their words and how their practices coincide with monetary policy, carving out this special protection, because we know that the president is going to have to prove that there was cause over these allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud by Lisa Cook. Joe, of course, we should say at this point, these are just allegations and no formal criminal charges have been filed.
Got it. Tyler, thank you so much. Live from the White House, Tyler Kendall will be back a bit later in the program. And I just want to point out as well, we just learned that Joe Livornia is going to be coming by about an hour from now, economic advisor to the president and counselor to Secretary Scott Bessent. Joe Livornia will be in studio here to answer questions about both of these stories. 50% tariff on India and an effort to become the first administration to fire a Federal Reserve governor. The other big story, of course, we're tracking, as I already mentioned, is NVIDIA. It's a big one, of course, and the stock's hanging in there. Investors have high hopes for the earnings report this evening, and the future of the markets could key off of this. As well, the future of policy could play into this report as well. When Jensen Huang starts talking to analysts and investors on the conference call, they're going to be asking about and listening for any hints about business in China. This is something we talked to Mike Shepard a lot, Bloomberg senior editor for technology and strategic industries, no stranger to this program or this desk. Mike, how important will it be in terms of filling in some of the blanks here on export controls, on whether the H20 sales are even going to happen?
Well, Joe, there are a lot of blanks for the company, NVIDIA, and for the CEO and founder, Jensen Huang, to be filling in this afternoon. Investors, as you noted, really have high expectations for what the company is.
We're going to go to the hospital officials who are giving an update on the shooting.
And again, it really puts into motion a lot of big response from all the teams. And so we are, because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to mobilize certain types of resources like operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from a fairly high velocity weapon. And gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, we see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
So you have where the status of a weapon or any events that in surgery?
I don't know the status of it. I can't share that with you at this time.
Was anyone shot before the
I can't share that information with you at this time.
You informed the families and some of the victims that made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a unification center across the street here in our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know the status.
You know that anyone is being triggered at any other location?
My understanding was we had a lot of non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well. I don't know the status of any of those patients.
Can you speak to the total case that's happening within hours?
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that question. I think again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers to manage these types of events. Again, we had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours, and that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
None of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
So there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, except for the critical condition. All of those that are pediatrics 6 to 14, all of those in critical condition are the ones that are older, also in critical condition.
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in a critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my number right?
You did.
Can you give us your specific title one more time, doctor?
It's Thomas Wyatt. Yeah, Chair of Emergency Medicine at Hennepin Healthcare. Thank you. Thank you.
Check out our newsroom too, because I will be posting the exact information on the patient, the conditions, just those general conditions and the numbers. And health newsroom. Thanks for coming.
Do you anticipate any other updates?
I'm hoping to give another update later. Just again, general conditions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
An update there coming in from hospital officials there over in Hennepin County. Of course, we know that is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as we continue to cover all of the latest information here on this deadly church shooting. A gunman opening fire at children as they prayed there in southern Minneapolis. I want to take you out to this timeline right here that we have coming in as we break down all of the latest information for you here. Again, a lot of this information coming in from what we just heard from officials a short time ago. Again, this is the timeline as we are told that at 8:27 a.m. Central, that is when there was the first report of gunfire there. 9:10, the ATF responded to an active shooter report. 9:20 a.m. Central, the FBI began their travel over to the scene. 9:31 a.m. Central, that suspect is confirmed dead. A lot happening between all of that as police do say they responded and tried to help the children and adults who were injured there. As we heard from Hennepin Healthcare, the doctor saying that 11 of the victims were taken over to their facility. Now, 9 of them were children, 2 of them were adults. 4, we're told, required the operating room. They had to have procedures done on them. And as of right now, of those 11, no fatalities, we're told by the doctor, have been reported. Now, as far as the information, as we take a live look right here at the scene of the shooting at that church right there on your screen, we are told by police that the gunman opened fire, firing a rifle through the church windows at children as they were praying during Mass. He hit children and worshipers. Now, the shooter was armed, we're told, with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. The mayor, Jacob Fry of Minneapolis, saying this was a, quote, deliberate act of violence against innocent children and worshipers. Now, we are told that the suspect, as all this was going on, people were calling for 911 help, and that is when police were able to enter into the church and try to provide first aid and rescue the children. However, unfortunately, when they got there, 2 of the children, ages 8 and 10, had died as they sat there in the pews. We know that 17 other people were injured in the attack, 14 of them children, and 2 of those children at last check are listed in critical condition. We're then told that the shooter fatally shot himself there in the rear of the church. No information has really been released about the shooter or any connection to the church. We just know that he is believed to be in his 20s, possibly early 20s there, and is a man. We are working, of course, with law enforcement to get more information, and as we do, we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, we do have several different...
It's 2025. Why am I still copy-pasting actuals into Excel? I'm a CFO, not competing on Excel Ninja. Then we tried data rails.
Investors are watching developments at the Fed closely, but they're also waiting for the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, the PCE report, due on Friday. Here to talk about rates and the Fed is Kamal Srikumar, president of Srikumar Global Strategies. Sri, thank you very much for being here.
Good to be here, Leslie.
So we were just talking earlier in the hour about kind of a relatively muted response in the markets relative to just the historical notion of what we're seeing play out at the Fed. Maybe a little bit higher term premium on the long end of the yield curve, but otherwise, limited market reaction. Do you think that changes as the question over whether the president can fire Lisa Cook works its way through the court system? And at what point do you think the markets ultimately react, if at all, to this?
The market reaction so far, Leslie, has been affected by 2 factors. First of all, the corporate earnings numbers have been good, and that has kept up the equity market. And secondly, the markets are looking for lower short-term rates, the federal funds rate to go down, thinking that that is going to be positive for risk assets. What is going to change with time, and it typically happens suddenly. In other words, the bond yields shoot up when they shoot up. And when they do, I wouldn't be surprised to see a single week with the 10-year yield up 25 basis points or higher. Why? Because the yield curve is going to steepen. As the 2-year yield goes down, the 10-year and 30-year yield eventually will go up. Is there a historical precedent? Look at September to December of 2024. 1 percentage points cumulative decline in the federal funds rate from September 18th to the end of the year, and the 10-year yield increased by 90 basis points during the same time period. It's going to be even worse today. So if the presidential firing of Lisa Cook does not survive, if that is not allowed by the Supreme Court, the markets will take over and they will make sure that this whole situation fails.
I just want to
this whole situation fails. What do you mean by that?
Fails meaning, Andrew, that you have the long-term yield go up, therefore the debt servicing cost increases rather than go down as the president wants. If you want to get a mortgage to buy a home, your mortgage rate is going to be much higher. And so the economy suffers. The question is, how does the economy suffer? Through the courts or through the market? And I'm saying, and I've been saying for quite a while, this tells me that we are moving toward a stagflation, a situation when you have a recession, at the same time inflation picking up significantly. And recall that the last time it happened was 50 years ago during the Richard Nixon presidency, not since. It is a rare event, but we have all of the various factors which say to me that we are proceeding toward it. What can prevent it? Change the policy, immediately go back and allowing the Fed to be independent, but we don't see any prospect of that happening.
Can you explain, just for viewers who are waking up as well, because there's this conventional notion that if you decrease the Fed funds rates, the market rates will follow. But in this scenario, there's obviously a clear gap in the potential for that to even.
It's interesting that he brings up Nixon, because remember what I said earlier in the broadcast today. It was FDR and Nixon that affected policy at the Federal Reserve. Both of them were dealing with gold. FDR started confiscating gold, and Nixon prevented conversion of gold with foreign holders of our debt. So it's interesting that he brings that piece to the table here.
In the future. Can you explain to our viewers why that is relative to just confidence over the Fed's willingness and appetite to fight inflation, the credibility element of it?
Great question, Leslie. This is how it happens. If the markets believe that a reduction in the federal funds rate is justified by inflation expectations, consumer sentiment, then the long yield also follows the short yield, and the yield curve either flattens or it remains the same. But if the markets believe, that is to say, eventually the investors believe that high inflation expectations do not justify the Fed going easy on policy, the markets take over. And that is what happened when Jerome Powell made that serious mistake in September of last year of cutting the interest rate by 50 basis points. The markets did not think that was necessary. I thought it was politically motivated. It was 7 weeks before the elections. There was already no love lost between Trump and Powell. And he clearly had his interest in cutting the rate by 50 basis points. There was no economic reasoning. The market said you should not have cut rate, therefore the 10-year yield is going to go up. That's when you have a distinction between the short and the long if the inflation expectations don't justify your cutting.
So Shrew, what could be the trigger for suddenly longer rates going up? Could it be something develops on the Lisa Cook issue? Could it be, in fact, in September, based on the speech last week, that we do see a 25 basis point cut in September? Would either of those things be the trigger to see long yields gap up?
There are 2 or 3 events which could trigger it.
You're going to have short-term and long-term effects of the yield curve. Now, if the Federal Reserve is moving towards a lower rate regime, which it looks like it is, then over time, the whole yield curve should be shifting down, but it will steepen. So there's 2 concepts here. The Federal Reserve affects through the federal funds rate, the front of the curve. It's also doing quantitative tightening, all right? So that's assets that are at the belly of the curve or at the end of the curve. So independent of QE or QT, let's just say just federal funds rate movement, lowering the rate will shift the front of the curve down. And then it will steepen more, okay? But as they move towards cutting more rates, it will slowly move that, will shift that curve down. This is what Bassett has said a few weeks ago, where it's going to be over time, you're going to actually have it's going to be a parallel shift. So I think it's going to be a parallel shift, and the whole yield curve is actually going to have lower rates, but that's going to take more time. The immediate effect should be that the curve will steepen. Now you have market operations that are taking place where there's quantitative tightening. All right. Now, how much of that will determine how much of that yield will go up or down. All right. So with quantitative tightening, the Federal Reserve is selling stuff into the market. So at the current rate, the Federal Reserve is selling a certain amount of assets into the market. That's affecting the rate. But if they decide to not do the quantitative tightening and slow it down, not do any of the quantitative tightening or just slow it down, then that's going to affect the rate at the end of the curve. And because they're selling less into the market, there is less of a supply, higher price, lower yield. And so therefore, so what will happen is that the curve will they can offset that steepening of the curve. They can offset it by less market operations for quantitative tightening. So they can adjust this curve. It's not immediate and it takes time, but they can do it. So there's a nuance here that he's not bringing up. So it's not as simple as, well, tariffs. Now let's walk through the tariff problem. Okay, if tariffs come in and it's assumed that it's a one price shock, but it may take some time for it to show up in certain industries, then what you're talking about is probably higher yields in the short term on the back of the curve. And then as things start to stabilize, it'll go back to a normal rate. So it'll go up and then come back down, assuming there's nothing being manipulated with the quantitative tightening. Now, if stocks start to sell off because of, let's say, let's say the labor market's really bad, people stop buying, retail sales are terrible, and the equity market starts to go down, then what's going to happen is investors are going to start purchasing more bonds in the belly of the curve. And what will happen is the yields will go down. And over time, that curve will shift. So it depends on if we move into a recession, the curve is going to shift down. Now, the question is, will we be in stagflation where you have poor job prospects, but in inflation? And he's thinking that tariffs are going to be some sort of inflationary spiral. Well, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just only going to be one-time price shock, but it takes time for it to come into the economy based on certain types of industries. Clothing will be faster than, let's say, manufacturing because of the time that it takes to manufacture. So you have that issue. Now, if you have continual debt issuance from the government that's over and beyond the actual big, beautiful law, if you have continued debt issuance way above what was expected, then you're going to have a steepening of the curve and this stagflation that he's talking about. But what's the chances of that happening? Most likely, almost none. As the Federal Reserve is lowering rates, it's probably going to be stimulative to the market. There's going to be a wealth effect, and more people are going to be spending. So I don't think we're going to be in a stagflation type of environment. Now, if you take a look at England, which I think is a canary in the coal mine, England seems to me to be in stagflation. So they have poor job prospects, they have high inflation, and a runaway spending by the government. So the chances of stagflation really affecting a major economy, developed economy, is going to happen first in Britain before it hits the United States.
Starting first, if Lisa Cook is in fact fired, if that is allowed and she leaves, and the president puts in another person who follows his dictate to cut interest rates, that could do it, because you're going to have 3 or 4 dissents from Jerome Powell. The last time we had 3 dissents or more.
Think about this. Most likely the Federal Reserve, if they didn't do shock therapy during the inflation that we had at 7% or 8% inflation during Biden, the Federal Reserve didn't do shock therapy. They just brought up the rate slowly. What's the chances of them doing shock therapy, right, and cutting rates rapidly to 175 basis points in one move. It's not going to happen. It's going to be a quarter or a half point at a time. So it's going to be slow into the economy. And therefore, it's not a problem. And by the time they finish the cutting phase, Cook's legal dilemma is finalized. So it really doesn't matter. The markets will adjust because of this slow titration of a lower rate from the Federal Reserve. So I totally disagree with this guy.
It was 1987. So this is a very, very rare event. Even to have two dissents was 1993 that it happened last. So that is one way in which it happened. Second, Friday we are expecting the PCE inflation.
See, he's just looking at dissent from the time period and the composition of the dissents. All right, but it's important to pay attention to what was going on back in those times. All right, and it goes back to this NAFTA thing that I was telling you about. Now listen carefully. What are you saying?
First, if Lisa Cook is in fact fired, if that is allowed and she leaves, and the president puts in another person who follows his dictate to cut interest rates, that could do it, because you're going to have 3 or 4 dissents from Jerome Powell. The last time we had 3 dissents or more was 1987. So this is a very, very rare event. Even to have 2 dissents was 1993.
All right, so 87 and 93. Okay, what was happening in 87? 87 was I think it was called Black Monday. All right, where's the market sell-off. And what was happening back then on Wall Street in the 80s? And I happen to know the guy that was actually running I was actually at his funeral too, but I actually knew the guy that was running NYSE during Black Monday. All right, his name was Phelan. He was actually a Korean vet, and he passed away. And I was at the funeral. But the thing is that Phelan, all right, was running the NYSE, and what happened to the Dow? It crashed. Why? Electronic trading. It was this algorithmic trading that was taking place. So there's been these moments in time where Wall Street had these technological advances or financial engineering advances, and then there's a crash, and then they heal, and it comes back, and something new comes up, and then crashes, and then right during this time period, all right, is this Black Monday. I believe it was in October actually. Greenspan was on board with this. So we're talking Reagan administration, Cold War, deficit spending for the Cold War, all right, and a new invention, electronic trading and algorithmic trading going on Wall Street's floor at the NYSE. But he doesn't tell you some of the details. This is why people need to understand history, all right? I'm going to do a show about just the history of history, or the history of things, because if you just take just data points, you can make an association to anything. So now he said 93. Now what was going in 93? It was after the Gulf War. George Bush Sr. loses to Clinton, and Clinton's policy was very progressive. If you remember his first part of his first term, the first half of his first term, he was very progressive. Then he lost power in Congress in the midterm election because of this progressiveness. And then he moved more as a centrist. Now, my understanding in that first 2 years for Clinton was a progressive move that was not dollar strong. Now, a lot of times when you have a president that is not dollar strong and wants to weaken the currency, markets have a fit, and you have the bond vigilantes coming in, and then the bond yields go up. Now, what did Trump say early in his second term? He wanted to weaken the dollar. Now, there's a lot of dynamics when you start to talk about weakening the dollar. But when you start to weaken a currency on purpose, you do get some sort of trade benefits when shipping goods overseas, because your goods are cheaper, because your currency is cheaper. The problem comes in is the bond vigilantes will view a weakening of the currency as a weakening of the bond market, and the bond yields will go up. Now there's a feedback loop. If it gets high enough and it's a stable country, people will buy at the higher yield bond and lock in at an interest rate, especially 10 years or whatever, 20 years. So there's a feedback loop. There's a negative feedback loop there. But the point I'm making is that there was a early on some missteps by Clinton during his first half of his first term. He was too progressive, so it was inflationary, and he was weakening the dollar, and then he had to self-correct, and then go dollar strong and less progressive policies, because the Republicans started to gain more control in the legislative branch. So there is a larger mosaic to understand here than to just say, well, there was just Federal Reserve chairmen that were disagreeing with each other.
Happened last. So that is one way in which it happened. Second, Friday, we are expecting the PCE inflation year on year to go up from 2.8 to 2.9%. Suppose the markets were too optimistic, it comes out at 3.1%. Then again, the yields shoot up. And if in the aftermath of that, the Fed still cuts, you're going to have the long yield continue to go up and stay higher. And the third one, if the president actually stacks up the Fed with his nominees, and there are indications that some of the regional bank presidents can also be changed, then the independence of the Fed has completely come to an end. It doesn't matter, because the president can nominate you or take you off as he sees fit. That again can cause it. When we are now approaching the beginning of September, I would say any time between September and the end of the year is when it happens. That's my timing.
All right, let's listen in. Let's listen into live now about the shooting that took place earlier this morning.
Just a really heartbreaking day in the city of Minneapolis today, and more family you can see here also walking.
Yeah, it's a very fragile situation right now. This is a time of year, when if you have children of school age, you're talking about either they're in school already, so obviously kids have started.
There's no new news on this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It slows down the aging process. It helps with youthful gene expression. It soaks up free radicals, helps the health of the mitochondria, boosts up energy levels, gets rid of senescence cells, super important to take. Stacks well with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, clarity factor. If you're 40 years of age or older, you better start paying attention to your pancreas. You remember what happened to Steve Jobs? All right, so digestive enzyme complex, super important. Why? Because it helps to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduces the load on your pancreas. And therefore, you will be able to digest your food with less stress on your digestive system. So please go to my store, get the digestive enzyme complex, and get the resveratrol. I also have nattokinase. Nattokinase will help with your cardiovascular system. It's fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots. And nattokinase is super important to help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Take it every day. It's a very high quality natto kinase that I have in my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
On that, so I give her an A on that ad, Joe.
Interesting. Rick, you've made your share of political ads. How does this land, and how would you answer it as a Republican?
Yeah, I'm glad Jeannie's not scoring any of my ads. I was essentially a C student, so I'm sure my ad reflected the same thing. Look, I mean, this is going to be a battle over the economy. We've heard over and over again, Democratic strategists come on this program and say the same thing. So I'm not creating a new wheel here to turn. But in so much as the big, beautiful bill, Donald Trump's hallmark legislative achievement in the first year of his presidency is going to be graded on that score. And so in so much as the economy deteriorates or that the voters' confidence in the economy continues to go down, and there are indicators indicating that that's where it's headed, then the big, beautiful bill is just a definition of their pain, right? And so, yes, provisions of the big, beautiful bill are unpopular, but the economy as a whole is a much more driving issue for people's vote. And I think that Democrats will have to make that transition. Right now, it's fresh on people's minds. The election is November. And so, you know, Abigail Spanberger, I think, is hitting a strong note because it's first on everybody's mind.
She's obviously a major front runner in this campaign. Jeannie Spanberger, according to polls, would suggest that this is going to be a blowout if the election were held today. She's running against the Lieutenant Governor, Republican Winsome Earl Sears, that many folks don't take terribly seriously as a competitor in this campaign, and you can follow the money on that front. I'm wondering, for that reason, if we should be looking at Virginia as a microcosm or not.
Yeah, I think we should look at Virginia always. We always do, but in conjunction with the governor's race in New Jersey, where you do have a Republican candidate and Jack Ciattarelli, who is, you know, I would say taken a little bit more seriously perhaps by his voters than Abigail Spanberger's opponent down there. And of course, we can't forget about the New York City mayoral race, where, you know, obviously a Democrat or an independent is going to win, but that's something Democrats don't want to focus on too much because we do have a huge split in the Democratic Party that is around the country, but is really encompassed by Mamdani's win in the primary there. So we've got those three big races, but we just saw the state Senate race the other day, and that was a race wherein a Democrat won, breaking the Republican supermajority in the state house in a Trump plus 11 district, I think it was. And so that is a good sign for Democrats. Democrats have tended to overperform, though, in these special elections like that one. And it's they haven't performed as well in the non-specials. So that's why so much rides on what happens in these gubernatorial races. And then, of course, the big game has got to be the midterm next year.
Well, that's for sure. And to that end, one of the big talkers here in Washington today is the big picture memo from Doug Sosnick, former Clinton advisor. And it's really interesting, Rick. It made me think of you immediately because Sosnick is suggesting that Democrats lower their expectations despite the historical implications and trends that come with the midterms. It may not be flipping as many seats as you think, he says, and a big reason is because politics have become national. And you've brought this up a lot of times, Rick. It makes life a lot more difficult in a congressional district when everyone is talking about the same story here and Donald Trump is driving the narrative. Do you agree with this memo?
Yeah, we used to say all politics is local at midterm elections, and I think Doug Sosnick is right on the mark with his latest memo that indicates that, no, it's all being driven nationally. And what he really means is by Donald Trump. Whether that phenomena exists over long periods of time, nobody will know. But the other fundamental aspect of this is realignment has actually made it more difficult to have these big swings, an average of 26 states per midterm cycle against the party in power. So if you think that this is going to be a 26-state swing then you got to believe what Jeannie was just saying, which is there are going to be districts like, Trump plus 10s that are going to go Democratic. And if you say that, then 26 is a low number. It could be twice that.
The other issue that he raises is the education divide, Jeannie. And this is pretty remarkable. This is something that began before Donald Trump even got into politics, going back to President Obama's first term. Democrats had 60 members in the Senate. Since then, they've lost 18 seats in states where less than 35% of the population has a 4-year college degree. The idea being that if this divide continues to be where it is or even widen, Democrats start bumping into the education ceiling. Jeannie, how do you get around that?
They do, and I'm so glad you pointed out that this has been going on since before Donald Trump took office. So much of what we talk about today on a day-to-day basis is about Donald Trump, but this far precedes him, and it's a real problem for the Democratic Party. And what they need to do is they need to make sure that they are speaking to people around the country and not just the college-educated people. And that has been a problem for Democrats right along. And so we need to do a better job reaching out to people in what are now Trump, double-digit districts. But that's become much harder in this era of redistricting, which is another thing the Sosnick memo talks about, rightly so, is that there's so much little competition in these districts that, it used to be really complicated for us to go on, Joe, and talk about the midterms because there's so many races across the country. Now we're, looking at, maybe a dozen. So our job got easier, Joe. But unfortunately, that's a really bad sign for democracy because you need competitive elections in a democratic system that is healthy. And we are incredibly unhealthy in a democratic system where competition is waning. And, we may see more of that, not less of it, as we look what happens in Texas and California and elsewhere. So that's a real problem on top of the education issue that Democrats face.
Well, to Jeannie's point, a remarkable number, 419 members of the House are from the same party as the presidential candidate who won their district. So Sosnick writes, it narrows the opportunity for Democrats to fully benefit politically, even if support for Trump and Republicans implodes. Rick, the galvanizing of red and blue on the map seems to only be reinforced by what we're watching.
Yeah, it's a highly polarized electorate. That's why you have blue states with blue governors and blue senators, and 2 blue senators, and that's why in red states you have red governors and 2 senators who are red. I mean, and those delegations reflect that all the way down to the legislative seats. So that being said, there's plenty to be determined, right? And midterm elections could change, and they historically do, even in this condition. This is not a new thing. And presidential elections, which are a decidedly different group of voters, primarily in the last decade, motivated by Donald Trump on the Republican side, won't have Trump on the ballot for the first time in a while. 3 elections in a row, Trump's been on the ballot. So I think the future is not as set in stone as sometimes our pundit friends tend to indicate it, because we are constantly surprised, like in today's reporting on the Iowa outcome and state election. So look, stay tuned. It's still a fight out there, and frankly, these midterms could have a real profound impact on the second half of the term for Donald Trump.
It's a fascinating conversation that we're going to be having for months here.
As long as the economy is good during 2026, the Republican Party is going to maintain control of the legislative branch. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in cherry flavor, honey and lemon, and also blueberry. And I also have, for lozenges, in a 21 count, elderberry zinc. Very high quality lozenges and drops. Take them right away once you have some sort of irritation. You want to mitigate that throat irritation so it doesn't fester. This is something that you need to take right away, especially during the fall and the winter season, or even the allergy season in the spring. But we're going into the fall season in the United States. And it's projected that many people are going to have sore throats, razor throat. This is going to be the term that you're going to hear. Be prepared, all right? You mitigate it right away and you reduce the effects. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the drops and the lozenges, very high quality. And get the magnesium and zinc. This helps with your immune system and your brain function. Magnesium is super important for brain function. So please go to my store and get the very high quality magnesium and zinc supplement. And stack it with the vitamin C and magnesium. All right? Vitamin C and magnesium will boost up your immune system, help with your skin, and help with your brain function. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. Super important. Go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C, take them together, drink filtered water. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's listen in to Jacob Mogg, Reese Mogg, I think is his name.
Your company's workflow could be as smooth as this. With Zoho, the smoothest, easiest, coolest.
How serious is the financial crisis? Are we in a 1931, 1976, 2008 situation where emergency action will have to be taken, where extreme measures will be necessary to get things back on an even keel? Or are we in a situation where things are just about recoverable? I was very struck by some of the figures that...
Now, it's important, again, to pay attention to what's going on in England. All right? And the Bank of England and the economy of England, it's really super important to pay attention to it. Because I think that whatever happens there is going to cause a contagious event.
Right. In the first quarter's public expenditure and income figures, these give deep cause for concern. First of all, interest payments are going up markedly. From April to June, taxpayer had to fund interest payments of £21.4 billion. Sounds a lot of money for one quarter, but even worse, it was up by 26.7% or £8 billion more than the previous year. The long end of the gilt market, the 30-year gilt, has seen interest rates rise to a level not previously seen since before the year 2000. Actually, I think 1998 is the last year it was at these levels. That's really important because any money spent on interest is money that...
Now think about that. Globalization went really hog wild in 97, 98. Now, when you have developed nations that's pushing globalization and having goods made in cheaper environments like China or Indonesia, and you're bringing it in, you're bringing deflation. You're importing deflation. All right?
Spent on public services, and it has to be funded out of taxation. You can never afford to get into a situation where you're borrowing to pay your interest. And then public sector pay. This was one of the immediate failings of the Labour government. They agreed to extravagant pay settlements, and this is now coming through in the figures. So public sector pay for the quarter was 74.4 billion, up 8.5 billion, or crucially 13%. Now, a 13% increase in the pay bill when inflation is running at 3.8% is simply not sustainable. Public sector pay cannot go up any further. It is already too high, and we are already seeing complaints from within the public sector and strike action threatened in the public sector as they demand more pay. You cannot have a public sector wage bill rising at a level that is over 9% higher than the inflation bill. That cannot last. It puts pressure on the taxpayer, it puts pressure on the books, and it will have to stop. It will have to be brought down. And then something that is also of concern on the other side of the ledger, income tax. It was good in July, but in April to June, it was £1.4 billion lower than expectations. Income is squeezed, expenditure is rising, and the interest expenditure, of course, is not controllable. There's nothing the government can do to cut the level of interest expenditure. That is simply what the market demands, and there is no other way of funding the expenditure the government makes than accepting the market interest rates. So this is all deeply concerning. And there's another bit that I'm also worried about, and that is we're seeing a repeat of what we saw last year coming from the Treasury. These are the briefings in relation to tax rises that are scaring people. I saw in one of today's papers somebody saying, I hear that stamp duty might be about to be abolished. Should I therefore delay buying a property that I'm about to buy that has a significant stamp duty bill attached? This is a really stupid thing for the government to have allowed to happen. You want people to carry out their ordinary transactions without trying to adjust their behaviour because of tax changes that may or may not happen. My guess is there won't actually be any change to stamp duty in the budget, that it's much more complicated than it's been advertised as, and that anyone considering a transaction may as well go ahead with it. But the government itself, Rachel Reeves and the people who brief on her behalf, have created this uncertainty. What does this do? It stops transactions, it lowers economic growth. And property transactions are really very important. Why? Because when people move house, they need movers. When they move to their new house, they redecorate, they bring in the builders, they put in a new boiler. It is an engine of economic activity that is being slowed, not by what tax policy actually.
And the same thing with economic clustering by bringing back manufacturing. When you bring back manufacturing into your country, you create all these peripheral activities, all these peripheral industries, and your GDP goes up. But the reverse is true. If you ship out your economic clustering to another country, you have less economic activity. And you are dependent on borrowing money.
Is but what it's brief that it might be. This is the epitome of foolishness, of bad financial planning, of bad policy and media management coming out of the Treasury itself. But it's not just that, it's also the suggestion that there may be effectively a wealth tax on properties and that there'll be a change in property taxation of a fundamental kind, which is simply going to make more rich people wish to leave the country. The feeling that whatever you do in the United Kingdom, you can't be certain of the basis on which you've been taxed. So you think you'll buy your house and you'll pay council tax? No, you may in fact pay a 0.44% levy annually, which will be a multiple of your council tax, fundamentally changing the economic decision you may have made, come and live and work in the United Kingdom, or if you're a young person setting out on your career, to set your career in this country rather than going away. So at this stage, I think we should be worried that we are getting close to the 1931-76 08 style of financial crisis. We're not yet there yet. It is not irrecoverable. What could be done to deal with it is a number of things. First of all, we need to get government expenditure under control. The pay rises being asked for need to be refused. Benefits should be frozen next year rather than going up with the inflation rate in September. The government needs to show that it is serious about using your money. The Bank of England should be told to stop selling bonds, which has a saving of some billions of pounds a year. Carbon capture and
Stop selling bonds. Now you can interpret that in two ways because he's not very specific. Is he talking about, because remember, when you sell bonds into the market, all right, you sell bonds into the market, then you're creating a supply of those bonds. And those bonds that the central bank are selling, they're pulling money out of the system. So they're extinguishing the money supply. It's deflationary. All right. But when they're doing that, these bonds that they're selling into the market, there's more of them. So because there's more supply and a relatively fixed demand, the prices will go down for the bonds. The yield prices will go up. So what will happen is that interest rates will go up. All right. So he's basically saying the central bank needs to stop their quantitative tightening.
Or it should be abolished, which is a saving of £20 billion. If the government can get a grip on expenditure, it doesn't need then to raise taxes. If it raises taxes, then the risk of a real financial crisis goes up, spirals up, because that is the doom loop. And we are getting really perilously close to the doom loop. As a broad principle, you cannot have a deficit that runs at more than nominal GDP. If you do, you end up running out of money. Currently, our deficit is 5.1%, and our nominal GDP is below that level. GDP growth is low, even though inflation 3.8% is relatively high. And if you try and tax that away, you find that you reduce economic activity, and that.
So you're basically saying they're in stagflation. They have inflation and low growth.
Is the deficit, and so you increase taxation further. You just make the doom loop theory clear. The government has a deficit, so it increases taxes. It finds that the country is already at its maximum level of taxation, and therefore people change their behavior and have less economic activity because they cannot afford or do not want to pay the taxes. They leave, they don't sell property, they avoid capital gains tax by holding on to assets for longer, and so on. You then find that the lower economic activity and the lower tax that comes from higher rates means you need to raise taxes further because you're trying to make up for what you already haven't got. And that then continues with a further reduction in economic activity.
And this is why in developed nations that have social programs, the only answer to this doom loop, all right, is to cut the social services, to break the back. What's in the United States? What's the major components? Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security are going to need to be cut to be able to prevent or stop the doom loop that is looking like that may be arising in the United States. Now, Great Britain is way farther ahead towards the doom loop than the United States. Our saving grace may be bringing back manufacturing here so it boosts up GDP. So it's a smart idea by Trump. In addition, artificial intelligence making the job market more productive even when we have a declining population. All right, people aren't having kids. So because we're having a declining population, we're going to have a declining economy over time. Now, we offset that declining population growth through procreation by immigration, legal and illegal. All right. So we offset that issue. But if we stop the illegal immigration, right, your population is not growing fast enough to be able to support the ones that are going to be on Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security in the future. So what are you going to do? Raise taxes? and it gets to a point where there's less activity. This doom loop that he's talking about. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid will have to be cut. There's no other way around this.
And the next budget is going to be really important. And markets preempt. What is going on in the gilt market indicates that the markets, the international markets, are already very nervous that we are entering this doom loop. Hence the highest 30-year rates that we've had since 1998. And markets.
Okay, so as their rates, as they start to lower rates, and as the bank starts to lower rates, okay, as the banks start to lower rates, at the B of E, the Bank of England, they're lowering rates, but the bond vigilantes see, well, wait a minute, there is a big issue in terms of taxation and debt with the UK. And so their 30-year and 20-year and 10-year bonds are starting to rise in yield. And that's affecting other bond markets around the world because they are a big player in the financial world. Now, if these banks get stressed because of this doom loop that he's talking about, there may be a contagious event that's similar to Lehman that affects the United States. Now, I would not be surprised that some sort of shenanigans are going on between the Federal Reserve and the Bank of England with swaps, but I need to really sit down and think about, like, what the hell would they be doing in terms of the swap market?
And on confidence. Very often when you look back in history, you think, what created that crisis? What led to things getting out of control and then suddenly collapsing? Well, people simply change their mind. But if you look at stock markets and stock market bubbles, people think that something was worth a PE of 100 times, and then they wake up and realize that that's actually discounting earnings for so long. It's not. It's worth a PE of 10 times, and the stock goes down by 90%. So crises come when confidence disappears, when people fail to carry on believing things that are fundamentally improbable. In 2008, the idea that people with no jobs and no money would pay their mortgages, a fundamentally improbable proposition. People decided it was improbable, the market collapsed. That's the way. That's where governments have to try and create confidence by sensible policy making.
Now, how did we get here? Overspending. What were the two major overspending points in time in recent history? COVID stimulus and Lehman. The financial market crash of 2007, 2008. That affected the whole world. And these balance sheets ballooned out for the central banks. People thought that we would be able, even though it was bad back then, all right? People thought that they would be able to somehow easily manage the economies and do a soft landing. But all we did with all of this stimulus and this gigantic balance sheet that grew from from the central banks, the Federal Reserve and the B of E, and even the ECB, was just postponing an event that was going to happen. We are still feeling the aftershock of Lehman. That's the point. That's the big point here. By intervening in the markets as much as they did, all they did was kick the can down the road for a doom loop decades later. Now, middle class, did you feel better? No, you were able to just survive through it, through 2008, through 2018, right? Through 2019, through 2020, right? You just kind of survived it. Who benefited from it? The very well-heeled that had lots of equities, and was able to weather the storm and take advantage of that inflation, those inflated markets, by the printing of money from the central banks. And now it's coming home to roost. And people thought that you would be able to get away with it. People thought, oh, we'll be okay. England is the canary in the coal mine here.
They're not doing sensible policy making. The markets are beginning to indicate their stress, and therefore we must be very careful. As I say, we're not there yet. But would I be buying sterling at the moment? Would I be buying gilts at the moment? Not yet. No, because the risks are rising.
So what did he basically say? The sterling is going to crash. The bond market for the UK is going to crash. Now, when it crashes, how do you think that is going to affect the United States? Because you got to remember, New York and London are the two biggest places for finance. All right, let's go to, before we go to Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex is important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. It'll boost up your cellular metabolism, protect your neurons, and help with your mitochondrial health and boost up that ATP. Super important to take. When you get older, you have less energy. That's because your mitochondria isn't working so well. But if you give your body the nutrients it needs to boost up the health of the mitochondria, voila, you have more energy. Amazing how that works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Superoxide dismutase. Now, heirloom barley is a high-density protein. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it every day. Now, by bringing down inflammation, guess what? You're helping your joint health. You're helping your cerebral inflammation. You're bringing down that cerebral inflammation. By bringing down cerebral inflammation, you're maintaining myelin sheaths for your neurons. Super important for your neural health. By bringing down inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system. By bringing down inflammation at your vascular level, guess what? You're reducing plaque formation. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the heirloom barley. All right. Let's see what else is going on here. Let's listen to Morning Joe. No,
Growing your agency means helping your SMB clients grow to them.
I won't play that. Let's listen to Karl Rove.
So as Socialist Democrat Zoran Mamdani runs for mayor of New York City, he's also looking at sanctuary cities like LA and Boston as potential models on how to fight President Trump.
We've seen that the best way to fight Donald Trump is to do exactly that. It's to fight him. It's not to cower, it's not to collaborate. We can see a model for how to fight it across this country. We can see that in Mayor Wu in Boston. We saw in California how effective it can be to use the tools of the law, even though the Trump administration thinks itself above the law.
And we are going to dive into this with our friend, Fox News contributor Karl Rove. Karl, good morning to you. Good to see you. Morning. So we just heard Mamdani reference Mayor Wu and Mayor Bass. He thinks they're doing a great job and they're laying the blueprint. Let's take a listen to some of their past comments.
It makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government.
Stop attacking our city.
These are run by liberal mayors destroying their city. And it takes the federal government to fix it. Now let's listen to Mayor Wu from Boston. Boston. All right? She's double Harvard. She went to Harvard College and Harvard Law.
To hide your administration's failures.
Wait a minute. Wait. Double Harvard here saying that he's going to get involved because he's trying to hide his failures, but yet it's her city that has a bunch of drug addicts hanging around the train station at Harvard Square. What about South Station? It's a shithole. But it's because of her. Not Donald Trump. It's her. She's double Harvard.
The Trump administration, Boston follows the law. And I'll say it again today. You are wrong on the law and you are wrong on safety.
So, Carl, LA and Boston both protect egregious criminal illegal immigrants just because they don't want to work with ICE. But Mamdani says those cities are the gold standard. Your thoughts?
This is a big problem for the Democrats. The Democrats don't seem to understand, certain Democrats, like the socialists running for mayor of New York, do not seem to understand the problems that this represents for their party and their party's label. They only need to look to recent history to see how being soft on crime and adopting the methods of sanctuary cities blow up in their faces. In San Francisco, they had a liberal prosecutor who was recalled by a vote of 55-45. Alameda, right across the bay, they had a liberal prosecutor recalled, got 37% to retain her, 63 to vote her out. In Los Angeles, remember George Cascon, the famous sort of I'm a sanctuary city man, we're going to be, lenient on crime. That guy got defeated by 39% to 61% by a guy named Nathan Hochman, who was a Republican in Los Angeles County. And finally, in Portland, talk about a liberal city, the incumbent Mike Schmidt, who was sanctuary city, soft on crime, he went down 46-54 to a guy named Nathan Vasquez, who was a registered Republican in a very liberal city. So Mamdani is, go ahead and keep doing it. But what's going to cause is a problem for the Democratic Party, not simply in New York City, but nationwide. The bluest of the blue, the big urban centers, create problems for themselves when they have Democratic leaders like Mamdani, who are soft on crime and pro-sanctuary city.
And you also had this from Max Frost. He said this to the Washington Examiner as a Democratic congressman, that the election's already started, and doing it in the off year, I think it's important. It's a difference between a transactional campaign, like 3 weeks before Vote for Me, okay, bye, and more of a transformational campaign. And I'm wondering, Carl, if Mamdani is the energy in this off-year election, and the Democrats don't have a natural leader right now, Harris is going to do a book tour, that's probably not going to help them. We just saw today that the DNC is still trying to deal with the fact that she's weighed them down with debt. What should a Democrat like Nikki Sherrill, who is running for governor in New Jersey, or an Abigail Spanberg?
Now put this in the context of the doom loop. With over taxation, over spending by the government, over issuance of debt, more crime, and all of a sudden the society starts having a problem. The society's not as productive. And what do we have? We get to the point where we can't afford the debt that has been issued. And most of the debt is either fighting wars that we shouldn't be fighting, or bailing out banks that we shouldn't be bailing out, or producing social programs that are ineffective.
Going to try to distance themselves, or can they?
Well, they'll be hurt by this because it will cloud the image of the Democratic Party. But what they need to do, sensible Democrats, have their own vision that is more in keeping with the values and views of the people of their state. Look, remember, getting ready to run for re-election in 1996, Bill Clinton realized the Democrats had a problem with being soft on crime. So what did he do? Call for, 500,000, I think it was, additional cops to be paid for in part by the federal government. Smart Democrats realize that the issue of community safety, of neighborhood safety, matters a lot, and they'll do what they can to, if they're smart, do what they can to keep those kind of voters in their camp. centrist Democrats are not drawn to the socialist rhetoric of our fellow like Mandani.
And Carl, real quick, lastly, we can pull call for number 4 right here. This is a Newsweek headline. Gen Z Democrats warning Democrats, shift the grassroots or lose more young voters. Basically, go further left. 20 seconds left here. How much further left can this party even go?
Well, it runs against reality. What happened in the last election? What happened in the last election was that Gen Z went right. You know, they've got all they can get by being left-wingers. They got to realize that they got to move more to the center if they want to grab those voters that are drifting right.
We'll see if they listen.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carl. Great to see you.
Thanks, Carl.
Great to see you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered.
Where was outnumbered when we were in the middle of the crisis in 2020? Nowhere. Nowhere. Hiding. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the gels. I have 2 types. You can get it in the tube form or the quick dispenser. It's dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound and it'll help to heal the wound quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Cottrell. This is very high quality. Please go to my store. Make sure you have this available for the fall and the winter season. You're going to need it. Make sure you have some at work and at home. D3 and vitamin K2 work together to help absorb calcium. You do resistance training and it'll help you to build bone density. Super important. In addition, D3 helps with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor. And D3 is super important to get rid of cells that are infected because D3 helps to get cells to go into apoptosis when they need to. And taking K2 and D3 together will help with your cardiovascular system. So it's a dual purpose stack. So please go to my store and get that stack. And lastly, C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. Take it every day. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. You also should take it before your workout, so you soak up the free radicals during your workout. You'll notice you'll recover quicker from your workout. C60, you can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. It has to be in C60 has to be in an oil for proper absorption because it's lipid soluble. Now, you take a teaspoon a day, and what will happen is it's going to soak up free radicals hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more than a molecule of vitamin C. Now, C60 will soak up those free radicals and help with the health of the mitochondria. So your ATP is going to go up. You have more energy, less stress in the cell. So the cells and the tissues are going to perform better. That means your immune system is going to perform better. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your glands will perform better. That means that your endocrine system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. Why? Because you have less stress on the neuron because you're soaking up free radicals. So the myelin sheath is going to be more intact. In addition, your ATP in your neuron is going to be healthier so you can make neurotransmitters, and you need lots of ATP for those neurons. And when you soak up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. And when you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure that you take a teaspoon a day. I've been taking this since 2016. Take it every day, and you're going to notice over in a year that you look younger. But you're going to feel better within a few weeks. And you're going to start noticing that your body is getting into homeostasis. Your immune system, your endocrine system is going to be rebooted, right? and you're going to have more energy. You're going to notice that within 2 months. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Super important to take. Take it every day, teaspoon a day. That's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Thank you for listening.